The time has come to elect the next president of the United States, and the stakes could not be higher. Two candidates, two very different paths for the future of the country. I'm David Weston. We will bring you the results as they unfold live on election night. Join us Tuesday, November 3rd at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on Bloomberg Television and Radio. The time has come to elect the next president of the United States, and the stakes could not be higher. Two candidates, two very different paths for the future of the country. I'm David Weston. We will bring you the results as they unfold live on election night. Join us Tuesday, November 3rd at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
Welcome back to the European Market Open. Just under 40 minutes to go until the start of the cash equities trading session here in Europe. And perhaps in contrast to the gloomy headlines around lockdowns across Europe, the CAC and DAX futures both point to the upside. FTSE futures look a little more sluggish. Let's turn our attention to US politics. A Joe Biden victory in tomorrow's election would have a sweeping impact on mergers and acquisitions. That is, of course, if we were to see such an outcome. M&A practitioners and deal-hungry companies polled by Bloomberg say they are concerned by the Democratic candidate's plans for a higher corporate tax rate and other measures. Let's talk now about the future for M&A then. Simona Maiare is the co-head of alternative capital at UBS and joins us now. Simona, good to speak to you. So is it just about taxes? We saw a list there on screen about the other concerns that M&A bankers and others might have about M&A trends if we do see Joe Biden victorious. How do things shape up under Biden in terms of M&A for you?
I would say that, first of all, any outcome of the US election will have a positive impact on M&A, because in the US there are several deals that have been put on hold until some relative stability, i.e. when we have a clear winner emerging. Clearly, what's worried about Biden is a tax plan that would increase corporate and individual tax rates. So higher corporate tax rate will mean lower cash flow and lower valuation. But in my view, this will be a catalyst for M&A activity, because corporates will need to rationalize the portfolio to support their valuation. They might do it in a tax-efficient way, i.e. they might do spin-off versus joint ventures versus a standard M&A, but I think the activity will pick up.
Okay, that's interesting. So in the short term, we could see a pickup in activity. What will this mean for private equity? We saw the capital gains tax concerns listed there on that graphic. What could this do to private equity?
Private equity continue to have a lot of dry powder. So if we move away from the personal wealth of the private equity professionals, I think as an industry, they will play a big role in the recovery across the globe. They have lots of money to spend, but also they're seasoned deal maker. They're very agile, and can they really provide a solution to corporates who are starving for capital. They've been very flexible. They've done PIPE, they've done minority deal, they provide direct lending, they provide distressed type of debt. So I think they will play a crucial role in the recovery.
Yes, and have we seen flows reflecting that expectation, Simona? I know that you talk about how debt is available, perhaps from some of these alternative capital sources, and you say a lot of investment money went into some of these debt funds in anticipation of that. So what role can we expect the alternative capital world to play in the recovery?
I think when you look at the alternative capital, that is the right characterization, much more than private equity. They can be truly a provider of capital, of liquidity, of choice. They're very flexible pocket of capital, and if a corporate has short-term liquidity needs, I think, and the bank market and the banks, we know themselves, are facing some challenges. I think the private equity can be an alternative over the next couple of months. And a lot of that will be raised this year.
Yes, and how much of that can help to fix some of the broken balance sheets around Europe? How big is the scale of that problem?
In the US, the amount of liquidity that has been raised, it's in the trillions. And I think in Europe, we don't see a lot of it. There are individual regional characterization that makes some of this balance sheet restructuring a bit more complex. But still, the large US players have been very active, and they are actively exploring opportunities. So we'll definitely see more.
Simona, thank you very much. Simona Maiare, co-head of Alternative Capital at UBS. Thank you very much for joining us. Let's just have a quick look at where we are on futures then. This is the picture for European equity market futures. I can tell you that they have been pointing to the upside increasingly, not by much, but CAC 40 and DAX futures point to the upside, FTSE futures point to the downside. As is often the case, you look for some difference between what the euro is doing and the pound. I can tell you that the pound against the dollar is down by 0.3%. We do see the euro fairly flat with a little bit of downside at 116.39. In terms of the pound, we have conflicting headlines, I suppose, around lockdown on the one hand, lockdown Mark II on the one hand, and Brexit progress, possibly, just tentative signs of that. Around fishing, that seems to be where the market is fixated right now. Coming up on the programme, more on that US election. We are one day away, of course, and a number of polls have put Joe Biden ahead of President Trump. But do the national polls tell us anything meaningful at this point? We'll focus in on some of the key battleground states. We'll look at some of the early voting trends and what they can tell us. This is Bloomberg.
Ada 3 kelompok pengungsi tersebut yang sudah berpencar arah. Kemudian kami dari Polsek Banda Sakti berkoordinasi dengan perangkat desa Kampung Jomblang melakukan upaya pengumpulan secara persuasif serta minta tolong kepada warga. Alhamdulillah warga yang terpecah semuanya berkumpul.
sense of the real-time action. The 10-year yield tumbling now 11 basis points, so continuing in this knee-jerk risk-off feel.
I think it's terrible when we can't know the results of an election the night of the election in a modern-day age of computer. I think it's a terrible thing, and I happen to think it was a terrible decision for our country made by the Supreme Court. I think it was a terrible decision for our country, and I think it's a very dangerous decision.
The president's allies today have been talking quite a bit about maybe declaring victory on Tuesday night, even if the votes aren't final, if he seems to be up ahead. What's your response?
Our response is the president's not going to steal this election.
Let's give him an extra 3 days, and let's take all the time you want. You know, people want to know, and you know, bad things happen in places like Pennsylvania and Nevada. We love Nevada, but you have a governor there. Bad things can happen. That little intervening, let's take plenty of time. No, that's a terrible ruling for our country. I don't care. It's a terrible ruling. It's a shame.
The good news is on Tuesday, you can choose change. You can elect Joe Biden. You can elect Kamala Harris. You can choose a better America. And you don't have to wait until Tuesday to cast your ballot, Michigan.
We're one day away from the US presidential election. According to a series of polls out on Sunday, Joe Biden is in the lead nationally. He's ahead of President Trump and in some key battleground states, also ahead of President Trump, although some races remain extremely close. More than 93 million people have already voted. For more, Derek Warbank, our senior editor, joins us now. Really interesting to look at the early voting trends here. But how important has this weekend of campaigning been then, Derek, given the high rate of early voting? A number of people have already voted, more than 90 million then. So how important can the last campaign events be?
Well, I think that the last couple of events actually are really important, and they're important in kind of driving that last little bit of turnout. Just consider Miami, Florida, right? It's my place where I was born, place where I was raised, the most critical spot in the state of Florida. And you saw Donald Trump down in Miami trying to rally voters, because if he can do a little bit better among Cuban voters, among Venezuelan voters in Florida, maybe drive a little bit more of that turnout, it could make all of the difference in that state. At the same time, you see Joe Biden trying to lock down Pennsylvania, that critical swing state, with he and Kamala Harris planning events in Philadelphia and in Pittsburgh and nearby in Ohio. These last little strategic things are designed to try and get that turnout right where you need it, right at the end, in these critical margins in these states that are winner take all.
Yeah, really interesting to watch then the makeup of those who have voted early and the makeup of those who will vote later. Does President Trump still have a path to victory? What could that be, given the numbers we're seeing in the polls? And of course, we need to be mindful the polls have been wrong in the past. The polls have underestimated President Trump's support in the past. So we're mindful of that. But if we take the polls at face value, which is dangerous, does he still have a path to victory?
I think he definitely has a path to victory, and it's not a particularly outlandish one, even if he goes and loses the popular vote by quite a lot. Why? Because part of that popular vote is going to get sucked in places in California, in New York, where Joe Biden was going to win anyway. So if he goes and wins California and New York by 10 or 15 more points than he did last time, honestly, it doesn't matter, because the results in the Electoral College don't change at all. So you're looking at swing states being not as wide as the national margin. That's a really critical thing. For Trump to win, your basic rule of thumb is he has to carry pretty much all of the toss-up states and then take at least one state where Biden is assessed to be a lean Democratic state towards Biden. You can pretty much simplify the math down that way. And, as I say, it's not impossible. The tricky thing for Trump here is that Biden has banked so many votes because so much of this early vote is skewing towards Biden that Trump in these last days is really trying to rally his entire base to turn out, whereas Biden is allowed to focus a little bit on those more persuadable voters because they already know who's gone to the polls.
And we started out this conversation, Derek, hearing from President Trump and Joe Biden about how things might go on election night, and we're used to talking about election night, but maybe this time around, given the amount of postal voting and voting ahead of time, maybe we have to give the count a little bit longer. So how likely are we to know who has won on election night?
I am preparing for scenarios that take us everywhere from landslide to multiple weeks. And I don't necessarily think that either of those is necessarily going to happen, but it's certainly possible here. One of the things is that explosion in mail-in voting that we're talking about. It takes time to process that. And if I'm looking at Pennsylvania as a really great example there, they're not even allowed to start processing those votes until the morning of Election Day. And the state is telling us right now, before they've counted a single vote, they're saying we may not have all of this done until Friday. So you can walk in and understand there will be some states that count very, very quickly where we'll know on election night, and there'll be swing states and we can read a lot into it. But there are going to be critical states where they are telling us, the election officials are telling us right now, this is going to take a while. And so I think that it's important as people go through this to understand that the vote counting taking some time is a function of volume and not a function of fraud. It's really, really, really important for that to be understood. And just prepare yourself for a while. Now, I know that markets do not want to sit here on uncertainty for multiple days between two very diametrically opposed situations, but that is a situation that I know that a lot of people in every trading country around the world have been preparing for and are prepared for at this point in time.
Okay, yeah, my mind goes back to Florida in 2000. This could be an even bigger unknown still, I suppose. Derek, thanks so much for joining us. Senior Editor Derek Wallbank. After global equity markets rounded out their worst week since March, investors are gearing up for another volatile stretch. Between the US election and tighter restrictions in Europe, macro risks are dominating. Joining us now to discuss is Danny Berger. Good morning, Danny. How are investors then preparing? We were talking through a lot of the politics there with Derek. How are investors preparing for the election tomorrow?
Well, I think with what Derek said, keeping that in mind, a lot of sources that I've been speaking to say that desks simply aren't putting money into the machine. So in terms of preparation, what they're really doing is just cutting and running. They find it much more comfortable and indeed much less expensive to do that. And you can really see that dominated by how the market has been reacting. Havens haven't really had much of a bid. And part of that is just because hedges are expensive at this moment. In fact, gold has actually been falling over the past week. So investors, for the most part, really just on the sidelines, waiting to see what happens through the rest of the week. If it's a contested election, whatever the outcome is, they can really afford to just wait this one out and really not take a lot of action. Again, the only action we're really seeing is that idea to take risk off the table, sell your equities, get out of there, and just sit tight.
Yeah, some of these havens looking very strange right now, gold being one of them, Danny. So for those who are playing in these markets and not just sitting on the sidelines ahead of tomorrow, what are they actually doing and buying?
So for those that are playing, it tends to be more of these short-term CTA fast money and retail investors. Now that means that the market itself is going to be really noisy, so it's hard to derive a lot of meaning from some of the individual asset movements we have seen. But one thing that I've noticed that's been really clear over the past few trading days is that the momentum factor is what's leading this market lower. You see it in the US, you see it in Asia today. Momentum is getting beaten up. And from that, we could derive this idea that that a lot of retail investors that have piled into these high flyers perhaps are pulling back at this moment. Masanari Takata of Nomura also says that his models show him that those trend followers, fast money, they're really dominating some of the market action right now, and they are selling both U.S. S&P 500 futures and NASDAQ 100 futures. So that perhaps is some of that drag moving it down. He also mentions that macro hedge funds have really cut all of their longs in both U.S. and Europe, but that actually has more to do with the economic concern, not necessarily the U.S. election. So it's just very tense positioning right now for those that are left and dipping into this market.
Danny, thanks very much. Bloomberg's Danny Berger with a look ahead to how markets are playing the US election. With markets in mind, let's just check FTSE futures, NASDAQ futures, and a couple of other assets for you. 20 minutes to go or so until the start of this trading week, the cash equities session at least. And this is what we've got for you in terms of Euro Stoxx 50 futures. They look pretty unchanged. The overall picture may be unchanged. FTSE futures to the downside, CAC and DAX futures modestly to the upside, and US futures also moving to the upside. So NASDAQ futures move up by 0.3%, in contrast with heavy selling that we saw in tech names during Friday's session stateside. Keep an eye on what's going on with oil, down as much as 6% on the oil price in the Asian session, where we sometimes see thin volumes resulting in some of these dramatic moves. This a summation of the supply data we're getting out of Libya, but also the latest on the lockdown story from Europe, front and center for oil markets. And as we head into the election, that's also another risk factor there. Keep an eye on the pound as well, because we do see FTSE futures moving in a different direction to other futures markets here in Europe, and the pound is often the reason. But today we see weakness in the pound, 129.03, and we also see weakness in FTSE futures. Let's get a Bloomberg Business Flash. For that, here's Laura Wright.
Thanks, Anna. A new report says UK companies are on average borrowing about 5 times more than usual this year. Consultancy EY says bank lending has already climbed to over £43 billion for the first 8 months of the year. That's up from under £9 billion for all of 2019. EY says many are unlikely to start reducing the debt until 2022. Westpac has seen plunging profit this year. That's after the Australian lender was hit with a record fine for breaching anti-money laundering laws. It also faced swelling bad loan charges brought on by the coronavirus pandemic. The firm says 2020 was a particularly challenging year. The result is disappointing. Stonepeak is buying Astound, the 6th largest US cable and broadband provider. Private equity firm TPG is selling the company, which serves over 1 million customers, for $8.1 billion, including debt. The deal values Astound at almost $8,000 per broadband subscriber. Internet providers have done well during the pandemic as more people stay at home. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Anna.
Laura, thanks very much. Laura Wright here in London with your Business Flash. And speaking of corporate news flow, coming up on the programme, Ryanair braces for deepening losses as a resurgence in the coronavirus prompts a return of travel restrictions. There were some positives and negatives from the conversation with the Ryanair CEO, Michael O'Leary. We'll bring you some of that next. This is Bloomberg.
I think what we've seen during this period of time is that communicating via video is not a fad. We are using it in all aspects of our lives, for work, for learning, for communicating, for staying in touch.
It's really a reminder, isn't it, just how sensitive the markets are to any commentary about trade. We did see some pressure on the yuan, we did see some pressure on the futures. That is now being reversed.
This is political mismanagement on a grand scale. And what's missing is that effective wide-scale testing, where you test typically 10% or 20% of the population each week. That's the way to get rid of these lockdowns.
That was Michael O'Leary, CEO of Ryanair. The Irish low-cost airline says losses are set to worsen this winter. Airlines across Europe have been paring back their already reduced schedules as a resurgence in the virus prompts a return of restrictions here in Europe. For more, we're joined by Bloomberg transport reporter for Europe, Siddharth Philip. Sid, great to speak to you. So what are the biggest challenges for Ryanair? Because if you were to pick a month during which a lockdown might do less damage than others, it's all relative, and I know I'm scratching at straws here, clutching for straws, but November might be the month you'd pick. So, but what are the big challenges that the aviation sector or this business faces?
Good morning, Anna. So yeah, the biggest challenges for the airline sector at the moment is to see, one, how long these restrictions will last on travel, and two, how fast demand really returns. Because yes, as you mentioned already, the quarter that we're in at the moment, as well as the next quarter, are usually weak quarters for airlines with very few people traveling. As you know, summer is pretty much the busiest time of the year for airlines, and summer was pretty much a washout for airlines as restrictions and regional lockdowns frustrated any attempts to bring back flights and have a decent summer.
Yes, and I suppose Michael O'Leary, just like other leaders of airlines right now, will be hoping that Europe's politicians, as unlikely as it sounds, might be able to save Christmas, because that is always a key part, the visiting friends and family flows that are associated with the holiday season. That is a key part of the outlook, which at the moment looks pretty uncertain.
Absolutely. At the moment, the outlook looks absolutely uncertain, and no one's really sure when capacity is going to return. Ryanair has already said that they're cutting the capacity down to 40% of their usual capacity this winter, and that could fall further. And the company also expects passenger numbers for the full year to fall below the forecast levels. And it's all going to be a relative sort of weak month, and nobody really knows what the outlook is going forward.
Yeah, so any clues around December will be key. Ryanair then is very outspoken. We heard that from Michael O'Leary there, critical of government action around the virus itself, but also critical of the bailouts that some rival airlines in the sector have received. What is the latest news flow surrounding that?
Ryanair has challenged a number of bailouts that carriers across Europe have received, and their contention is that airlines should be forced to go it alone, and giving bailouts gives them an unfair advantage, especially with the outlook so uncertain. And Ryanair said that their cost base, which is far lower than other carriers, will allow them to better compete. And so they've challenged the bailouts of Lufthansa, Air France and KLM and others in court for the European Union.
Okay, Sid, thanks very much. Thanks for bringing us the story. Bloomberg transport reporter for Europe, Siddharth Philip. Let's get a Bloomberg First Word News update. Here's Laura Wright with details. Laura.
Thanks, Anna. With just one day to go until the U.S. presidential election, Democratic nominee Joe Biden is leading incumbent Donald Trump in a series of polls. He remains ahead nationally, as well as in key battleground states. Although some of the races remain extremely close, a number of polls put Biden ahead in the key swing state of Pennsylvania. Brexit negotiators are close to breaking the impasse over one of the biggest obstacles to a deal, fishing. It's a sign that an agreement may be ready by the mid-November deadline. Sources tell Bloomberg the two sides are nearing a compromise on what access EU boats will have to UK fishing waters. Mass protests in Poland are continuing after the tightening of the nation's strict abortion laws. People in many cities took to the streets, ignoring virus rules banning gatherings of more than 5 people. Many in the region are calling on the European Union to do more about the restrictions.
the European Union, we need to find compromise, but there just need to be these foundational values, these foundational principles like rule of law, fundamental rights that are non-negotiable. And if they are undermined, then we need to see action from the European Commission.
Global news 24 hours a day on air and at Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. This is Bloomberg. Anna.
Thanks very much, Laura. Laura Wright here in London. Let's check the markets then. 10 minutes or so to go until the start of cash equities trading for another session, for another week, in fact. FTSE futures, there you see them slightly to the downside, but actually recovering a little bit of the losses that we saw earlier on. Elsewhere, European futures do point to the upside modestly, but still, it's positive, particularly in Germany, up by 0.4%, in fact, on DAX futures. Keeping an eye on what's going on with US 10-year yields here, 0.85% right now. If you think we're going to get a blue wave, if you think we're going to get fiscal stimulus, how high do you think that US 10-year yield will go? Oil prices also thinking about what happens with an election outcome this week, assuming we get an outcome this week. We see oil prices weaker. They have been down as much as 6% in the earlier part of the session, and keeping an eye on the euro against the pound, given the suggestion that we might have seen some progress on fishing. This is what we've got for the euro at 0.9 against the pound. Now, minutes away from the market open, we'll get your stocks to watch next, including Ocado raising its profit forecast as the pandemic boosts demand for online groceries, also doing a bit of M&A in Canada. This is Bloomberg.
The time has come to elect the next president of the United States, and the stakes could not be higher. Two candidates, two very different paths for the future of the country. I'm David Weston. We will bring you the results as they unfold live on election night. Join us Tuesday, November 3rd at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
Just days away from the most critical election in U.S. history and its only democracy at stake. From electronic voting machines to misinformation and fake news and political advertising on social media, is the tech industry ready for its biggest test yet? I'm Emily Chang, and we'll be focusing on these issues all week on Bloomberg Technology in a special electioneering series. Tune in 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific, only on Bloomberg Television.
We explore the trends, investments, and competition of the European ETF industry. Join us on Bloomberg ETF IQ Europe.
What is happening today in India is actually a determination to rebuild our economy.
India has an opportunity not only competing in the space of the factory of the world, but a very big opportunity to compete in being the office of the world.
I'm David Weston. Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience. Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
Welcome back to the European Market Open. 7 minutes until the start of cash equities trading, and increasingly futures looking positive as US futures point modestly to the upside. So we're minutes away from the start of equity trading for this week. Let's get a look at some of the stocks we're watching, individual stock names or sectors, in fact. Danny, let's come to you on this.
Well, Anna, investors have the perhaps not so joyous task today of pricing in the new restrictions hitting the UK, with for at least 1 month in England, bars, restaurants, retail, non-essential shops all being closed. So pubs, of course, going to take some of the hint here. JD Wetherspoon, for their part, has been pretty vocal about the damage that these restrictions in the UK have caused. They're even launching a deal for 99 pence pubs, pints rather, trying to clear out their stock before the lockdown lockdown. But look, for retail, this is really where a lot of the pain is going to be concentrated. For those that don't have a big online presence, former deputy chairman of John Lewis points out that 80% of profits for non-food retailers come in the November and December period. This is when people are going out for Christmas shopping, and if they can't do it in person, in brick and mortar, they're going to turn to online. So a lot of these high street retailers very well may lose some of their market share. AB Foods, for example, predicted a 375 million pound hit due to the renewed closures. We also had the CEO of Next last week saying that the biggest threat for them was another lockdown. But look, this could also help boost some of the market share when it comes to the online grocers. So if you want stocks that may react positively to the new shutdown measures, look for things like Ocado, takeaway.com, for example. Ocado, for its part, even today boosted their full year profit target, looking at 60 million pounds of full year EBITDA. That's up from 40 million pounds. But really, when you take a step back, zoom back, and look at the overall market today, interestingly, sentiment does seem to kind of more or less be steady. So this does suggest that the weekend UK lockdown announcements were perhaps not a surprise to the global investing base, Anna.
Yep, great. Thanks very much, Danny. So lots to look ahead to then as we wait for European equity markets to open up in just under 5 minutes' time. We'll keep an eye on a number of the sectors that Danny mentioned there, whether that's retail or grocery distribution, or some of the online names that we know have done well, relatively speaking, during the lockdown. We'll keep an eye on those. Also, airlines. Of course, we had the numbers out from Ryanair, but perhaps the numbers themselves will fall into the background when it comes to the bigger picture story, which is all around the November lockdown story in the UK, certainly, and the other measures being introduced in other parts of Europe as well. Tough measures in many parts of Europe now, not just in the UK. So we'll continue to talk about that as we go through the programme. We'll get an investor perspective on how you navigate what is going to be a very busy week when it comes to the lockdown stories in Europe and, of course, US politics. The Open is next. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome to That's Debatable, an interactive series on today's most pressing issues. The resolution this time: is a U.S.-China space race good for humanity? We'll hear from both sides.
The competition, if you look at the past, led to innovation.
A whole new arms race could start. And we'll get your perspective, too, with help from the artificial intelligence of IBM Watson. I'm John Donvan. Join us for That's Debatable, presented by Bloomberg and Intelligence Squared, Friday on Bloomberg Television.
The time has come to elect the next president of the United States, and the stakes could not be higher. Two candidates, two very different paths for the future of the country. I'm David Weston. We will bring you the results as they unfold live on election night. Join us Tuesday, November 3rd at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
Minutes to go until the start of cash equities trading. Here are your headlines. England prepares for a month-long lockdown to combat coronavirus. A partial shutdown begins in Germany today, and Italy may be next to reimpose restrictions. Oil slides to a 5-month low. Stricter lockdown measures stoke doubts about demand. Plus, Ryanair says the risks are skewed to the downside. CEO Michael O'Leary calls the new lockdowns a political mismanagement on a grand scale. Welcome back to the programme, everybody. So just 30 seconds or so until the start of the European equity trading session, and futures have been recovering some of their poise over the last hour or so, and US futures pointing slowly to the upside, modestly to the upside. Even FTSE futures now point, well, not drastically lower at least, even if they're not going all that far. But DAX futures also point to the upside, so Euro Stoxx 50 futures do look positive. We did want to play a bit of catch-up, perhaps, with what we saw on the US session on Friday, where tech stocks are really under pressure as a result of a slightly underwhelming earnings season coming through there. But here in Europe, we're setting our own agenda, it seems, with the lockdown story gathering momentum, gathering pace across Europe right now. And so you see that European equity markets might be excused for being a little more gloomy this morning. In terms of the markets that are open, the FTSE is open, just up by 0.1%. The IBEX is open and up by 0.3%. We're looking for some big moves potentially in some sectors reflecting the latest lockdown measures. And I can tell you we're certainly seeing that in the leisure sector here in the UK. I can see that JT Wetherspoons is down by more than 3%, IAG down by just over 4%, the aviation business, of course. Next, we heard Danny Berger talking about Next Retail and what that stock was doing and their expectations or their fears for another lockdown last week. Well, Next down another 3% in this morning's session. So we do see a number of those sectors that Danny was flagging to us as potentially under pressure as a result of the lockdowns across Europe. We do see those on the move this morning. So European equity markets just opening to the upside, and it is only just to the upside. The CAC 40 up by 0.3%. That's as Germany enters a partial lockdown today. It's just one of many countries in the region taking drastic action as the pandemic spirals out of control. Chad Thomas, our Western Europe managing editor, joins us now. And Chad, let's start with Germany then. Going into tougher measures today, how do these measures compare to what we saw in the spring?
Hi, Anna. Good morning. Well, what we're seeing in Germany today and really playing out in many parts of Europe is what people are referring to as a lockdown light. So Germany is closing down restaurants and bars today. They're also closing cultural venues and places where people would gather, such as gymnasiums. And what they're trying to do, though, is keep open areas of the economy, such as stores. So retail outlets are still open, and schools as well at this point are open in Germany. What we'll be watching, though, is to see what Chancellor Merkel has to say a little bit later this afternoon. She called a press conference to speak to the public after she meets with what she's calling her Corona cabinet, and we'll probably get a better sense of where she thinks the country is at this point. She's already said that they're going to reassess the measures that they have in place in Germany in 2 weeks' time, and if the numbers haven't come down, then they will have to look at additional restrictions potentially. Her chief of staff was speaking late last night on German television and basically said that if they don't have the numbers from what they are at currently, then they're going to have to put in more restrictions.
Yeah, indeed. And let me ask you then about the broad and Western European story in terms of more restrictions. We also understand that in Italy, we might see that story progress today. What are expectations there for further lockdown measures?
Yeah, so we have the Italian Prime Minister addressing Parliament today and also meeting with his cabinet to consider additional measures. Some of the things that are being talked about include things like shutting down shopping malls on the weekends or potentially very localized lockdowns in some of the hardest hit cities. Italy is already under a curfew that starts at 11 p.m. in the evening, and they've shut down a lot of the entertainment venues. So it's really what they're talking about is an expansion of measures that are already in place. And the Prime Minister has, interestingly enough, said it may be very difficult for Italy to keep schools open as well. Right now, schools still are open in Italy. So we'll be watching very closely to see what the Prime Minister has to say, both when he addresses Parliament and then when he meets with his cabinet later this evening.
Chad, thanks very much. Chad Thomas, our Western European Managing Editor. Thank you very much for joining us. Let's reflect on some of the sectors that are on the move this morning, because it has been a weekend where we've learned a lot about the English lockdown story, but clearly there are other developments across Europe to be aware of as well. Here are some stocks that react both to the English story and elsewhere, in the case of Ryanair. So we've got Ryanair here for you. We've also got Next Retail, a very UK-focused business, and JD Wetherspoon's also very UK-focused, but Ryanair a little broader. And also Ryanair, we had numbers out as well as, of course, reflecting on the lockdown. So we've got Ryanair down 1%, Next down by 3.7%, JD Wetherspoon's down by more than 6%, as, of course, they brace for the new measures which come in England on Thursday. Let's talk about the broader story here around the fight against COVID-19 with Paul Markham, Newton Investment Management Global Equities Portfolio Manager, and get an investor perspective on all of this. Paul, good to speak to you. No surprise then that we see leisure stocks selling off in the short term. We see pub stocks selling off as a result of the latest news flow, the latest measures being introduced in England and more extensively then in England. But how do you view this over the next few months? What's the trajectory that you anticipate now as an investor, Paul? Because it does seem difficult to see this as a short-term lockdown if the measures are not going to be as draconian as they were in the springtime. So how are you going to be viewing the winter and into spring next year?
Yes, morning, Anna, and it's nice to be here as well. Nice to see you. I think that's a really very key question, because one of the biggest issues around this whole period is which industries could be permanently impaired and which ones could actually find themselves structurally adrift and effectively uninvestable. Now, we don't think that any of those sectors that you mentioned are in that particular space on a sector-wide basis, but there will certainly be companies within them which will be impacted. And I think the longer that this goes on, the more that the balancing act between the economic impact and the medical impact of COVID-19 is impacting the way that the various governments are enacting their policies, is likely to sort of start to feel a bit like a death of a thousand cuts. And that's something which is going to be a really big issue for consumer confidence, because we'll start to see businesses slowly start to fade. We'll start to see demand slowly fade away as well. I think very specifically on a couple of the industries that you mentioned, clearly a lot of the pressure around in retail is for the smaller players, the mom pop style shops, and they're going to find it very difficult in many cases to survive. The bigger guys have deeper pockets and stronger balance sheets. Within the airline industry as well, we do feel that there is a particular dynamic developing, which is that the national carriers are likely to find a way to survive. It's quite ignominious for a nation not to have its national airline, and you may well find that they find ways of supporting them. And on the other end of the scale, the budget players are likely to survive as well, albeit with pricing probably having to rise at some stage, which may have an impact on demand. The guys in the middle are probably the airlines which are going to struggle to survive the most. So we are continuing to see the development of these issues come through, and we will continue to see that as we go into 2021.
Yeah, it's really interesting to think about the structural changes that the virus might either bring about or just have sped up. And it's easy to see how in retail, perhaps many people are getting used to online shopping and might not fully revert back to shopping in other ways after the virus has passed, Paul. So maybe things have changed structurally there. What about in aviation? Do you think that we are seeing something structural there? Will the market for low-cost leisure traffic, will it be just smaller, partly just based around fear after this virus has passed, or is that to overstate the threat to that sector?
No, it's not. I think there's every chance that we do see the era of low-cost travel fading away somewhat. That's not to say that it won't come back at some point in the future, but who knows when that could be. And of course, the dynamics around the environment as well are a big part of that. Certainly, the younger generation will probably be more aware of the opportunity to operate in a cleaner way. The airlines may well be under pressure as well when demand returns to try to do that in a way which is less environmentally damaging. But on top of that as well, there's quite a lot of the wealth in the developed economies sitting with the more aged part of the population. And there's no doubt that some of the more wealthy retirees will be unlikely to go on cruise ships, spend lots of time on aeroplanes, etc. And that's going to change the dynamics for that industry as well. And finally, video conferencing and the new kinds of doing business are likely to impact business travel. That's not to say it will die completely, and there will still be a great value placed upon personal interaction between individuals, but the era of travelling extensively for business may well be over, at least for a period of time.
Yeah, we might make a fewer business trips then, Paul. Let me ask you about the other big event of this week, of course, which is the US election taking place tomorrow. I was reading over the weekend, stock valuations now richer on the eve of this election than they have been on the eve of any other US election. And I suppose for anybody who is nervous about which way this result will go or how long it will take to get a result, it is worth remembering perhaps how relatively expensive stocks look at this point, or is that not what's on your mind?
I think you make a strong point. I mean, there is a big bifurcation in the equity market, particularly the US equity market, between what have been seen as being the structural winners, which in many cases have coincided with what one may term COVID winners. And in a previous segment, you mentioned the trends towards online shopping and takeaways and those kind of sectors. And if we see some kind of result which is in some way inconclusive, it may well be those sectors which continue to perform in spite of those valuation premia which they attract. And it's quite counterintuitive in a sense that the result which would be fundamentally seen as the least positive for equity markets, which is a blue sweep or a Democratic win in the House, the Senate and the presidency, would also represent the biggest opportunity for certainty and transparency for markets, and the idea that there is no kind of shenanigans around the result potentially, or those kind of issues which could lead to a bout of volatility. So I think that if we see a few things come together globally, maybe a decisive US election victory and then some stimulus, maybe some Brexit trade deal in the next couple of weeks, and also potentially the idea of there being a virus vaccine, etc. Those things together could be very powerful for markets, but I think it's the uncertainty which at the moment is proving the biggest obstacle to markets en masse moving forward.
Paul, thanks very much. Paul Markham, Newton Investment Management Global Equities Portfolio Manager. We'll get further thoughts from Paul in just a moment. We'll turn our attention to the earnings season. Worst to come, apparently. Ryanair CEO Michael O'Leary rails against the new lockdown measures in the UK as he warns that the second half will be worse than the first. We've had thoughts from Paul already on the aviation sector, but we'll bring you more from our interview with Michael O'Leary next. This is Bloomberg.
Women leaders were actually better at controlling the deaths from COVID-19. Do you think out of this pandemic, we'll see more countries be willing to elect female leaders?
When we look at women leaders, we tend to project on them baggage that they shouldn't bear.
Women are given an opportunity when no one else wants to do the job.
Women had a very clear objective. They wanted to save lives.
The women leaders, if you look at their careers, have also built up a level of trust.
In fact, women have to be better at communication in order to be elected as leaders, whereas this doesn't hold true for men.
We need to get those sexist stereotypes out of our head and give women a fair run for leadership.
Trying to change the stereotypes about women is not only the business of women, but men have to be part of it.
The time has come to elect the next president of the United States, and the stakes could not be higher. Two candidates, two very different paths for the future of the country. I'm David Weston. We will bring you the results as they unfold live on election night. Join us Tuesday, November 3rd at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
Welcome back to the European Market Open. 13 minutes into your European trading session, and things do look fairly flat overall, really, for European equity markets. The FTSE 100 under pressure a little, down by 1 or 0.2%. Interesting to see the IBEX and the FTSE MIB also under pressure, and you wonder how much this links to overall risk appetite and how much of this is to do with the measures anticipated with regards to lockdowns and fighting the virus. Now, Ryanair says losses are set to worsen this winter. That's as a new wave of coronavirus lockdowns frustrates the airline's attempts to bring back flights. Ryanair CEO Michael O'Leary spoke to Bloomberg's Manus Cranny and Anne-Marie Horden.
We've reduced our winter schedule to just 40% of prior year. We're kind of guiding for about 38 million passengers for the full year up to the end of March. We think we may have to work that number back slightly. But, you know, we're running pretty much skeleton schedules for the next month or two. Forward bookings into November were already terrible, so we're not sure these lockdowns will have that much effect on it, although the risk will be to the downside. But they're a continuation of, you know, the failed policies of EU governments for the last 12 months. The WHO themselves have said that lockdowns, you know, are a failure. They should be avoided wherever possible, and they're only useful if you use the time of the lockdown to get your testing system in place, your test and tracing system in place to avoid a second lockdown. And here we have the UK government, the Irish government locking us down again. But if there was a month to be locked down, the month of November would be the best month.
Anne-Marie and I spent some time there with Siemens Healthineers. Rapid testing, 15-minute rapid tests. Is that not where we should be seeing our governments spend more of their time and money so that we can move around? Is that not ground zero to get us off the ground?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm not even sure these 15-minute tests, I'm not sure how reliable the 15-minute antigen tests will be. But there's no doubt that governments should have used the first lockdown to massively boost their test and trace capacity. Now, you know, Johnson in the UK promised a world-leading test and tracing, but like all of Johnson's promises, including Brexit, they've been in shambles. But, you know, the UK should be testing 5 million people a week, 6 million, 10th of the population. In Ireland, we're testing 100,000 people a day. We should be testing 1 million people a week. And that's the way you chase down the virus. That's the way you get on top of this, not yo-yoing into lockdown, out of lockdown, into lockdown again. This is political mismanagement on a grand scale. And what's missing is that effective, wide-scale testing, where you test typically 10% or 20% of the population each week. That's the way to get rid of these lockdowns.
You strike me this morning with slightly more positive rhetoric. You're going to get through the eye of the storm. What's the double down trade for O'Leary in 2021? What is your big opportunity in this crisis, if there is one at all?
I think the opportunity here is to reprice the aircraft order for the next 5 or 6 years. We're in advanced discussions with Boeing on orders, on order pricing, on compensation. None of those could be concluded until the Boeing MAX goes back into service. And there's been an enormous opportunity, which I think we have worked assiduously at in the last 3 months, Manus, which has been to refine the cost base in almost every area of Ryanair. Going forward, as we recover from COVID-19, we will have lower, more productive labour costs, lower airport costs, bigger growth incentives going forward. We'll be able to pass on all those savings to our customers in the form of lower airfares. And I have no doubt in my mind that customers all over Europe, the first thing they will want to do as the lockdowns end and the virus is discovered is go travel again across Europe. Short haul, I think, in Europe will rebound very strongly, and I believe you'll see Ryanair make enormous market share gains in that recovery.
That was the Ryanair CEO, Michael O'Leary, speaking to Bloomberg earlier this morning. Paul Markham, Newton Investment Management Global Equities Portfolio Manager, is still with us. The earnings story a little bit backward-looking, perhaps, for us right now, Paul, as we try and assess what's happening with the US election and, indeed, the virus fight over the winter. In terms of sectors, where are you moving? I saw this morning JP Morgan is cutting tech to neutral and lifting banks to overweight, a move that many people are watching for the timing of. What are you expecting to see in that trade between value and growth, or growth and value, essentially?
Well, it's been a trade which has been kind of waiting to happen for a long period of time, and there have been several attempts, high single-digit numbers of attempts at market rotation out of the growth sectors into the value ones, and they've always stalled because the combination of news flow and some of the sort of backwards-looking numbers, as you suggest, have tended to put the market off a little bit. I think that there is probably a geographical trade maybe to start to move a little bit more gently into emerging markets, and certainly China seems to be an area where the COVID story is starting to recede a little bit. The Chinese consumer on a long-term basis is pretty attractive, and some of the dynamics of going straight to online are things which kind of allow investors to sort of straddle that emerging market, the China story, and also the tech story. I think the shift into banks is something which would work if we saw some of those good pieces of news come together at the same time around a conclusive outcome to the US election, maybe a Brexit deal, and of course, most importantly, a vaccine. So I think those things would probably see an expectation of a consumer which is starting to work a little bit better, and that should feed into bank optimism, and of course the valuations are very low. But I think we'd probably start to see those things work in that scenario, but we need to wait and see. I think to get into early has been the graveyard of a few investors over the last couple of years in that particular sector.
Paul, thanks very much for joining us. Thanks for your thoughts this morning. Paul Markham, Newton Investment Management Global Equities Portfolio Manager. Paul will be continuing his conversation with us on Bloomberg Radio at 9 a.m. UK time. Coming up on the programme, oil slides to a 5-month low as new lockdown measures in Europe raise demand fears. Also, there's a supply story coming out of Libya as well. We'll get more details next. This is Bloomberg.
Particularly, sort of the technology landscape have gotten to some pretty extraordinary levels. So I think it's not a surprise. I don't think it's any indication of the beginning of the end, but I do think markets don't like uncertainty.
The time has come to elect the next president of the United States, and the stakes could not be higher. Two candidates, two very different paths for the future of the country. I'm David Weston. We will bring you the results as they unfold live on election night. Join us Tuesday, November 3rd at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
Welcome back to the European Market Open. 22 minutes into a trading session that's flat in London, a little more positive over in Frankfurt. Let's just get to some lines coming through from the UK Chancellor, speaking to UK media, saying that it was regrettably clear that action needed to be taken to contain the virus. He says there's no single indicator the government is looking at on lockdown, which is interesting when you think about what is the criteria for lifting these restrictions on December the 2nd, when apparently the measures do legally expire, he says. He's also going on to talk about the extension to the grants for self-employed. I assume he's talking about the SEISS scheme. And so we'll look for any further details about what self-employed individuals might get from the government through this latest lockdown period. Let's talk about some assets on the move as a result of the latest news flow on the coronavirus. Oil is down more than 3% this morning in European trade as tightened lockdowns in Europe stoked doubts about demand. A new lockdown comes into place today in Germany, while the strictest measures since June come into place in England from Thursday. Plus, Giuseppe Conte will update Italy's parliament today and, according to local media, is set to sign off on localised curbs for hotspots in Italy. Joining us now to look at the oil story here then is James Heron, our European oil editor. James, how bad is the demand picture right now then? Is that what we're seeing reflected in this much weaker oil price through the Asian session?
Yeah, we think the consensus seems to be we're at least looking at the end of the recovery that's been happening since the summer as the world emerged from lockdowns. It's not looking like it's going to be anywhere near as bad a demand drop as we saw in the first wave of the coronavirus pandemic. But still, like the oil market was already weak, and for example, the CEO of Trafigura, one of the biggest independent oil traders, was speaking this morning, and he said there could be as much as 3 million barrels a day of demand loss between Europe and the US, which is, it's a significant chunk of demand that's coming out of the market.
There are a few factors at play here, aren't there? There's the lockdown story, of course, in Europe. There's also what's going on in Libya with regards to supply. And there are also some suggesting that the US election and the potential for a Biden victory and what that would mean around climate policy is having an impact, or at least keeping energy traders on their toes over the next 48 hours or so. How are all of those coming together, do you think, at this point?
Well, with Libya especially, it's the worst possible timing there. I mean, it's good for the country of Libya itself, but not what the oil market was needing. Potentially as much as 1 million barrels a day of additional supply coming back quite quickly after they resolved their civil war and made a truce. And then, if there's a Biden victory, then obviously the longer-term effects of his promoting low-carbon energy could affect oil demand. But in the shorter term, there's also the possibility that he could try and revive Obama's Iran nuclear deal, which could potentially see at some time next year sanctions being lifted on Iranian oil exports, again adding quite a lot of oil to a weak market.
James, thanks very much. James Heron, our European oil editor, joining us with a look at the things that are weighing on the oil price this morning. I can say that on Brent prices, we're down by 3.7% once again. 36.54 is where we currently trade. Coming up on the programme, in the home stretch, we're one day from the US election and a number of polls put Joe Biden ahead of President Trump. That's at the national level, but crucially also in some of those important close call states. Some of them do remain too close to call, though, so we'll continue to focus on that. We'll also look at what role early voting is playing, who is voting early and who is not, and what that means for the potential for surprises, and also think about how long it might take to get a result, to get an outcome in this 2020 US presidential election. So more details on that when we return. We see that European equity markets are currently trading flat to negative, in fact, with the FTSE 100 now down 0.2%. US futures flat to positive. This is Bloomberg.
History of having to support each other, right? And so there are opportunities that are presented that we don't often qualify for. So oftentimes we have to turn to our neighbor and turn to people within our community to assist us, to help us.
Resiliency Relief Program was created to support and fund Black-owned businesses in the city of Oakland. The reason we started this fund due to the systemic racism behind the PPP funds, also how our Black-owned businesses have been marginalized for so long.
I'm standing here right now because we did get the resiliency fund. I only had enough to kind of just pay payroll for a couple of more months, but I said no new initiatives. Now that we have some new initiatives, we have other revenue streams coming in, and that's what's helping to keep things up.
Market that over the past few weeks has made it clear it wants to go higher. It got a little spooked by the idea that geopolitical tensions are rising.
I think it's terrible when we can't know the results of an election the night of the election in a modern-day age of computer. I think it's a terrible thing, and I happen to think it was a terrible decision for our country made by the Supreme Court. I think it was a terrible decision for our country, and I think it's a very dangerous decision.
The president's allies today have been talking quite a bit about maybe declaring victory on Tuesday night, even if the votes aren't final, if he seems to be up ahead. What's your response?
Our response is the president's not going to steal this election. Let's give him an extra 3 days, and let's take all the time you want. You know, people want to know, and you know, bad things happen in places like Pennsylvania and Nevada. We love Nevada, but you have a governor there. Bad things can happen. That little intervening, let's take plenty of time. No, that's a terrible ruling for our country. I don't care. It's a terrible ruling. It's a shame.
The good news is on Tuesday, you can choose change. You can elect Joe Biden. You can elect Kamala Harris. You can choose a better America. And you don't have to wait until Tuesday to cast your ballot, Michigan.
We're 1 day away from the US presidential election. According to a series of polls out on Sunday, Joe Biden is in the lead. He's ahead of President Trump nationally and in some battleground states, although some races do remain extremely close. More than 93 million people have already voted. Joining us now is Bloomberg's US politics editor, Kathleen Hunter. Kathleen, which are the states then that we're watching most closely as we head into tomorrow and into the overnight count in the days ahead?
Well, I think Pennsylvania is kind of shaping up. We heard that in some of, the sound that we just heard is shaping up as kind of the big prize tomorrow. It has, about 20 electoral votes, which is quite a lot. It's the state that Hillary Clinton losing that sort of sealed the deal for Trump 4 years ago. We're already seeing some contentious voting issues around places like Philadelphia, which is the largest city in Pennsylvania and has been embroiled in recent days in some fresh protests over police brutality. So I think Pennsylvania is going to be very, very closely watched. Sort of next tier behind that would be Michigan, Florida, Wisconsin for sure. These are all states, again, that Trump won in 2016 and, are going to continue to be hot battlegrounds in the closing days of the campaign.
Okay, so we'll keep an eye on all of those then, Kathleen. How important is this last week, or has the last weekend of campaigning really been then, given the very high level, historically high levels of early voting, more than 90 million people having voted already?
Yeah, and that's close to 70% of the total vote count in 2016. So that means, one of two things or a combination of two things that, we're going to see a far higher turnout in this election potentially than we saw 4 years ago. And also potentially that we're going to see, all indications are that we're seeing a record high level already of early voting. And that means that people have made their decision prior to the last few days. And so what's happened over the last few days doesn't necessarily influence many voters who have already cast their ballots even a month or 6 weeks ago. Now, that being said, we do know that a lot of the races in these battleground states that could prove very decisive are very close. And so if what's happening on the campaign trail in these last few days is actually swaying voters or helping voters make up their mind about whether they're going to come to the polls or stay home on election day, that could very well prove to be.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to place an order to sell my position of Japanese yen. As you can see, we hold position at 106.70. So the position, right now I'm looking to sell at 104.860. Okay, that's it. So we'll see when it will reach this level, or maybe I will put again higher level to sell my position.
And that we may not know still for a few days. And, that process could become protracted if Trump, starts to challenge these state laws that do allow the counting of mail-in ballots. In fact, only allow the counting of mail-in ballots in states like Pennsylvania, starting on election day. So these ballots have been sitting there, they've been cast, they still haven't been counted yet, and state law doesn't allow them to be counted until tomorrow. Now Trump's casting those ballots as illegitimate, so we could see a very protracted legal battle over whether or not those ballots are counted.
Thanks very much, Kathleen. US political politics editor for Bloomberg, Kathleen Hunter, with the latest on the run-up to the US election. Now, after global equity markets rounded out their worst week since March, investors are then gearing up for another volatile stretch. Between the US election and tighter restrictions in Europe, macro risks are now dominating. Joining us to discuss is Danny Berger. And Danny, how are investors then preparing for the election tomorrow?
And I think one of the important things to notice is in today's market action, we're certainly not seeing any indications of panic or really any dip buying of what happened over the past week. And with so many possible scenarios of what happens over the next few days, we don't really see people going towards a certain trade that's predicted if Biden wins or if Trump wins. Instead, what we're seeing, and indeed what my sources are telling me, is that nobody wants to put money into the machine right now. Instead, what they want to do is they basically want to cut and run. They want to take risk off the table, which is really what we saw a lot of towards the end of last week. Now, heading into the next couple days, even hedges don't look as appealing because they are quite expensive at the moment. And you get this idea that hedges and havens aren't really popular at the moment right now. When you look at what 10-year yields are doing today, they're basically stuck. They have been for quite some time. Gold has even fallen over the past week, down 1%. The yen not really doing much either. There have been some flows there, but those seem to be dominated by Japan flows at the moment. So it really is one of just being paralyzed, because at the moment, with the volatility that's expected, investors are betting that it's much more comfortable and less expensive to just not do anything right now.
Yeah, for those who are playing then, Danny, what is it that they're actually playing in? What are they doing?
So a lot of this does tend to be retail-dominated flows, according to Masanari Takada. It's retail and the fast money that's left dominating the market, which means it could be very noisy. But momentum, for example, has been doing really poorly in both the U.S. and Asia. Today in Europe, it's actually doing somewhat fine, perhaps indicating it's more of the economic story that's dominating European markets. But so we see momentum going lower. So a lot of those high-flyer concentration risks being sold off ahead of this risk event. At the same time, Nomura also says that global hedge funds have reduced their longs. Again, that's part of the economic story, not just the U.S. election story. But in the meantime, what is left there are trend followers who will chase the market down or perhaps higher. But at the moment, the bias does seem to be somewhat flat, Anna.
Thanks very much, Danny. Danny Berger with a look ahead to how investors are preparing for the events of the next 48 hours as we get ready for the U.S. election. Let's have a look at where we are on European equity markets right now. The FTSE 100 down a touch, the CAC also down, and the DAX flirting with the flat line. So we do see increasing momentum to the downside, it seems, as we go through the session. Interesting to note that the FTSE MIB and the IBEX both down by more than 0.5%. Is that just reflective of overall risk appetite surrounding the lockdown measures being introduced in Europe, or is it specific to those countries and the measures we're seeing? US futures do point modestly, but it is only modestly to the upside. Just also worth noting that Stock 600 and Stocks 50, we're not getting any prices on those. According to a spokesman, the stocks measures have input data problems for index calculations. So if you have any products that rely on Stock 600 or Stocks 50, then you might want to bear in mind we're not getting any movement on those this morning. They're both still showing the close prices of Friday. So that's worth bearing in mind. Also keep an eye on oil prices. We talked about this with James Heron, the concerns around lockdown measures and the increased supply coming through from Libya. And keep an eye also on what's going on with the pound. We see pound weakness, substantial pound weakness today, as it seems as if the lockdown measures override any optimism around a Brexit deal on fish. And the pound is down against the dollar 0.6% at 128 is the handle now, 128.65. And you can see it on the move against the euro as well, with 0.4% movement. Let's get a Bloomberg First Word News update. Here's Laura Wright. Laura.
Thanks, Anna. Brexit negotiators are close to breaking the impasse over one of the biggest obstacles to a deal, fishing. It's a sign that an agreement may be ready by the mid-November deadline. Sources are telling Bloomberg the two sides are nearing a compromise on what access EU boats will have to UK fishing waters. Mass protests in Poland after continuing tightening of the nation's strict abortion laws. People in many cities took to the streets, ignoring virus rules banning gatherings of more than 5 people. Many in the region are calling on the European Union to do more about the restrictions.
We can negotiate about a lot of things in the European Union. We need to find compromise, but there just need to be these foundational values, these foundational principles like rule of law, fundamental rights that are non-negotiable. And if they are undermined, then we need to see action from the European Commission.
The world's strongest storm this year has killed at least 10 people in the Philippines. Search and rescue operations are underway after Typhoon Goni hit the nation yesterday. The province where it first made landfall remains unreachable, and emergency teams are working to establish communications. As many as 390,000 have been forced to flee their homes. Global news, 24 hours a day on air and at Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. This is Bloomberg. Anna.
Laura, thanks very much. Laura Wright here in London. Up next on the programme, nightmare before Christmas as the UK government orders non-essential stores across England to shut for 4 weeks. British retailers could suffer in the lead-up to the busiest shopping season of the year. We'll talk about the retail travails next. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Best, your weekly review of the most important business news, analysis, and interviews from Bloomberg Television around the world.
Ken Burns, welcome to Bloomberg Big Decisions.
We have always been a mixture of things. We are always stronger for that mixture.
Growth is a way to stay competitive, delight more and more consumers.
Welcome to the Best of Bloomberg Technology. I'm Emily Chang.
They've moved the needle by acknowledging that they have to monitor the content.
What is one word of advice you'll take with you?
Learn how to listen. And that is certainly something that has served me well.
Ankiti, where do you go from here? It's a huge market, it's a huge opportunity. I want to go 100x from here.
Our philosophy is to partner where we can and stand apart when we should.
Mercedes-Benz is on a path towards CO2 neutral mobility. So we have flicked the switch there, and really we're going to step by step electrify everything. And what does that mean? Combustion engines get electrified.
I'm an owl.
You're
I'm
an
not
owl.
a dove. I'm not a hawk. Monetary policy cannot and should not be the only game in town. We are not here to close spreads. This is not the function or the mission of the ECB. We will use any and all flexibility that we have to make sure that our monetary policy is properly transmitted to all jurisdictions. Action had to be taken. An ambitious and coordinated fiscal stance remains critical. Certainly under current circumstances, it is very likely that the full envelope of PEP will be used. This recovery is still today uneven, incomplete and uncertain. We will be looking at everything. Now, in the meantime, we're not going to just stand still.
Yesterday was the first anniversary of Christine Lagarde's presidency of the ECB, and it's been dominated by a topic nobody could have predicted, of course. At the end of February, with coronavirus spreading fast, the ECB didn't think action was needed. But less than a week later, the Fed made its move, an emergency cut of 50 basis points. March saw Lagarde's biggest slip of the year when she said it wasn't the ECB's job to close spreads. We heard that in those clips we played there. It was seen as a sign the central bank wouldn't support nations in financial trouble, forcing her later into a U-turn that has been so important, of course, for Italy in particular. It took less than a month to go from no need to no limits, with Lagarde announcing a €750 billion emergency programme, her very own whatever it takes moment. Then the ECB lifted the caps on how much debt it can buy from each nation, but it soon became clear these extraordinary measures weren't going to be enough by themselves. The ECB expanded its emergency bond purchases by another €600 billion. As the pandemic rolls on, the ECB is signalling it will almost certainly have to provide more support in December. A look back then at the first year with Christine Lagarde at the helm of the ECB, some of the highs and lows and some of the unanticipated challenges, of course, that she's had to face. Let's move on to fighting the virus, but from another angle. British retailers face a potential Christmas nightmare. That's after the UK government ordered non-essential stores across England to shut for 4 weeks. The new measures have come just as the busiest shopping season of the year was getting underway. Joining us now is Andrea Felsted, our Bloomberg opinion columnist, who's covering the retail industry for us. How damaging, good morning, Andrea, how damaging then are these measures? We see some of the UK retailers under pressure in terms of their share price this morning. How damaging are these measures, perhaps compared to what we've already seen, compared to what we saw in the springtime?
It's really difficult to overstate just how bad this will be for the retailers. This is what's known as the golden quarter. It's when everyone does their Christmas shopping. So it is a really busy time of year. It's a much busier time than March. So the fact that stores will be shut, it is really, really damaging.
That's damaging. But have people started I certainly haven't started doing Christmas shopping already, Andrea, but I'm sure there are far better organised people than me. Have some people started doing it already?
Yes. We had some figures from the British Retail Consortium a while ago, and they said that they thought people had started to shop early. I think people had feared that this may happen. So they did start doing some Christmas shopping early, which had boosted sales. But, that's not going to be able to offset the sales that will be lost over the coming weeks.
And for those who want to play catch-up, such as myself, will online be able to cope, Andrea? Because actually, you were telling me earlier that this is an area where there could be a big difference, well, between one retailer and another, and also between what retailers can do this time around versus March.
Yes, the interesting thing is that they can still do click and collect. So that is going to help the sort of last mile delivery. It's not going to make any difference if you haven't got a website. So Primark, ABS that owns Primark, warned this morning that they would lose sales from this lockdown because it doesn't have a website.
But if you have a website, you can take a transactional website, you can take orders through that and fulfill them from stores. And we saw some retailers doing this, some retailers that were allowed to continue to trade, such as B&Q. Last time around, they were able to do sort of no-touch, click and collect. So it's likely stores will be able to do that to take a bit of the pressure away from the last mile. But you've still got that warehouse capacity. Obviously, retailers are set up, they've been expanded online, but you don't expect all your sales from stores to go to online. So that is going to stretch. That is really going to stretch capacity.
Yeah, important to stress those differences then to springtime, and you'd hope that many of these retailers had their warehouse operations operating in a COVID-compliant fashion now, so that might also be a big differentiator. Andrea, thanks very much for joining us. Andrea Felsted, our Bloomberg opinion columnist who covers the retail industry for us. Cold comfort, perhaps, some of those differences with March for those retailers that are sitting on share prices that are considerably weaker this morning. Not all of the retailers, though, moving to the downside. If you're an online retailer and specialise in such, then you might be moving higher. Ocado, Just Eat Takeaway, those businesses moving to the upside quite substantially today. But the FTSE 100, the DAX and the CAC making modest gains now, actually. So having regained a little bit of that positive momentum in the last 20 minutes or so. We see US futures also pointing modestly to the upside. NASDAQ futures up by 0.5%, perhaps expecting to make up some of the lost ground from Friday's session. Coming up on the programme, what should investors fear most this week? What should investors prepare for if they're not afraid? Let's put that question to Market Live. Christine Aquino, she joins us next. This is Bloomberg.
The time has come to elect the next president of the United States, and the stakes could not be higher. Two candidates, two very different paths for the future of the country. I'm David Weston. We will bring you the results as they unfold live on election night. Join us Tuesday, November 3rd at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
Give you a sense of the real-time action, the 10-year yield tumbling now 11 basis points, so continuing in this knee-jerk risk-off feel.
Welcome back to the European Market Open. 53 minutes into a trading session that actually looks increasingly positive as we move through the start of your trading week. Let's get into a conversation now about where we're heading. Later today, we get the latest US manufacturing PMI data. Then on Tuesday, of course, it is election day. We'll be bringing you the results as and when we get them for each state. On Wednesday, the US withdrawal from the Paris Agreement takes effect, which is really interesting timing when we think about the uncertainties that still remain around the US election result. And finally, Thursday is a big day for central banks. The Bank of England is expected to increase bond purchases. The Fed will likely hold steady, and I think we get a jobs report at the end of the week, just as if things weren't busy enough. Let's talk to Christine Aquino, who's getting ready for a busy week. Markets Live team in Europe. Christine, very good to speak to you. Also worth pointing out, as we see European equity markets moving to the upside and all of the national markets do seem to be open, we don't have any trade on the Stoxx 600 or the Stoxx 50, or at least those particular indexes are not showing any movement. What's the story? What's the significance of that, do you think, in Europe?
Hey, Anna. I mean, certainly it's not a great start to the week for investors. Certainly as a week when jitters are already high. And the official line that we've heard from the Deutsche Börse spokespeople is that it's an input data problem, but certainly not something that's reassuring to investors just as they're getting ready to be trading in a very, very busy week, as you pointed out.
Yeah, and in terms of the Markets Live question of the day, I know you've been thinking about this on the team. What should investors fear most this week? Or if they're not afraid, what should they be prepared for? Clearly, the election looms large, but there's plenty of other things to keep an eye on.
Yeah, absolutely, Anna. I think whether it's regarding the election or other things going on in the market, it's really the wild cards, the unexpected scenarios that investors should really be watching out for. And I know it's difficult because they are unexpected by nature, but it's really these kind of events, you know, whether it's regarding the election, Joe Biden victory, but without a blue wave, considering the implications of that, or conversely, a Trump victory, but with a blue wave. And so all of these scenarios that is not part of the base case at a time like this when positions are locked in and risk sentiment is really heightened and jittery, anything that is unexpected really risks wrong-footing investors at a week like this.
Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks to Christine for that. Christine Aquino, who leads our Markets Live team here in Europe. And speaking of Europe, we've got a few data points to bring you. Germany, October manufacturing PMI, 58.2. This is an update on the prelim number, which was 58. Earlier on, we got the manufacturing numbers out of France, 51.3. That was just a touch ahead of the prelim number of 51. And the Italy manufacturing PMI number, that we heard earlier on, rising to 53.8. The forecast, 53.7. Even PMIs, as real-time or as relatively real-time as they can be, perhaps a little backward looking at this point as we look ahead to lockdown measures coming back into force, at least partially in Germany, and the suggestion that we could see something similar happening in Italy, and certainly here in England we're bracing for big change on Thursday. So lots to look at when it comes to the underlying data picture, and there's just the latest manufacturing PMI numbers coming through, all above 50. But what happens over the winter and really what happens with services perhaps is going to be the bigger question. Surveillance is up next. This is Bloomberg.
what is happening today in India is actually a determination to rebuild our economy.
India has an opportunity not only competing in the space of the factory of the world, but a very big opportunity to compete in being the office of the world.
Election day is tomorrow. President Trump and Joe Biden chase support in key swing states as early voting hits a record. England prepares for a month-long lockdown to combat coronavirus as a partial shutdown begins in Germany today. Italy may be next to reimpose restrictions. Plus, Ryanair says the risks are skewed to the downside as Chief Executive Michael O'Leary calls the new lockdown political mismanagement on a grand scale. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. Now, the market's, of course, focused on a big day, the big day that is tomorrow. It's the U.S. election. And, of course, there's a bit of profit-taking in certain parts of the market as investors trying to figure out exactly what a Biden possible blue sweep, also what the Senate means for their markets. Now, the focus is also on the lockdowns, and the focus is on Brexit. So there's a number of stories that we're watching out, and then we go to the Fed and Jobs Day on Friday. Stocks a little bit mixed. We have some volatile trading, oil tumbling. So I wanted to show you oil, and then two other stories that we're watching out. First of all, Euro area October manufacturing PMI, a shy better than expected, 54.8 instead of the 54.4. But remember, this is pre these extra restrictions or these extra lockdowns. And then just watch out for some of the stocks, because the stocks has input data problem for the index calculation. This is according to a spokesperson. So maybe we break it down and look at individual country instead of the SOX 600 as a whole. We'll have plenty more, of course, on the markets throughout the day, but now let's get straight to the Bloomberg. First word news in New York, in London, actually, is Leanne Gerrans. Hi, Leanne.
Good morning, Francine, and thank you. With just one day to go until the U.S. presidential election, Democratic nominee Joe Biden is leading incumbent Donald Trump in a series of polls. He remains ahead nationally as well as in key battleground states, although some of the races remain extremely close. A number of polls put Biden ahead in the key swing state of Pennsylvania. Now, the UK is set to enter a lockdown on Thursday. Non-essential stores and restaurants will close, but schools will remain open. The government is bringing back its furlough scheme to support workers. Although the shutdown was initially announced as lasting a month, Cabinet Office Minister Michael Gove signalled yesterday that it could be extended if the virus numbers don't improve. Brexit negotiators are close to breaking the impasse over one of the biggest obstacles to a deal, fishing. It is a sign that an agreement may be reached by the mid-November deadline. Sources tell Bloomberg the two sides are nearing a compromise on what access EU boats will have to UK fishing waters. And the world's strongest storm this year has killed at least 10 people in the Philippines. Search and rescue operations are underway after Typhoon Goni hit the nation yesterday. The province where it first made landfall remains unreachable, and emergency teams are working to establish communications. As many as 390,000 have been forced to flee their homes. Global news 24 hours a day on air and at Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Leanne Gerrans. This is Bloomberg. Francine.
Leanne, thank you so much. Now, after a long year of campaigning and more than $14 billion spent in the most expensive election in history, Election Day, yes, we all know it, in America is tomorrow. Here's what we heard on the campaign trail this weekend.
I think it's terrible when we can't know the results of an election the night of the election in a modern-day age of computer. I think it's a terrible thing, and I happen to think it was a terrible decision for our country made by the Supreme Court. I think it was a terrible decision for our country, and I think it's a very dangerous decision.
The president's allies today have been talking quite a bit about maybe declaring victory on Tuesday night, even if the votes aren't final, if he seems to be up ahead. What's your response?
Our response is the president's not going to steal this election.
Let's give him an extra 3 days, and let's take all the time you want. You know, people want to know, and you know, bad things happen in places like Pennsylvania and Nevada. We love Nevada, but you have a governor there. Bad things can happen. That little intervening, let's take plenty of time. No, that's That's a terrible ruling for our country. I don't care. It's a terrible ruling. It's a shame.
The good news is on Tuesday, you can choose change. You can elect Joe Biden. You can elect Kamala Harris. You can choose a better America. And you don't have to wait until Tuesday to cast your ballot, Michigan.
Well, that was President Trump, Joe Biden, and former President Obama over the weekend. Now let's get into the numbers. Joining us with the very latest is Kathleen Hunter from our politics team. Kat, first of all, good morning. How likely are we actually to know the winner on election night?
Well, I think that's what's really going to distinguish this election from past elections, really in modern times, is that we likely won't know the winner on election night or even potentially on Wednesday or Thursday. The polls indicate there's a lot of, states where the race is still very close. We don't know exactly how accurate those polls are. Some of the margins are within the margin of error or close to the margin of error for the polls. We know that Trump is, already swinging doubt about the legitimacy of counting mail-in ballots, that a lot of states, Pennsylvania, aren't allowed to begin even counting until Election Day. And so I think we could be in for a bumpy week.
What states are you watching, Kat? And I keep on reading about possible, civil unrest. Without being alarmist, how possible is that?
Well, I think that's a real possibility. We have saw some indications over the weekend. For instance, in Texas, there was an incident where some Trump supporters forced a Biden campaign off the road or tried to do that. I think that there is the possibility that we could see some unrest around the polling, the in-person polling on Tuesday. That's certainly something we're going to be watching for. And even
I think we've lost actually our Kat Hunter at a crucial time, so we'll try and get Kat back to really go through some of the states that she's watching. I'm looking at Georgia, I'm looking at Florida. I mean, Florida is probably one of the tightest races, and if you speak to pundits, they say that actually if President Trump loses Florida, then it's very likely then Joe Biden becomes president. Now, to talk all about with the impact, of course, on dollar, joining us this morning is Jane Foley, head of FX strategy at Rabobank. Jane, thank you so much for joining us. It's exciting. We're 24 hours away from the start of voting in the U.S. What does it mean for dollar?
Well, it's not just about the president or the White House race. I think this is also about the Senate. So, for instance, the markets for some time now have been really focused on that fiscal agenda, whether or not we're going to get this fiscal stimulus, and if so, what size is it going to be? And of course, if we do have, the Republicans holding on to the Senate and the Democrats in the lower house, we're still going to have this conflict that has really characterized this whole conversation about the fiscal package really for the last month or so. So it is possible that the market could be quite disappointed about the expectations about the size of that fiscal stimulus if the Republicans hold on to the Senate. So if you like, there's various permutations and combinations. It's not just about who gets the White House.
So what are you expecting to be in the Senate? And we do have a blue wave. Do you feel it on dollar straight away, or again, does it depend on something else?
Well, if we do have a blue wave, so if we get the Democrats winning everything, then I think the market expectation will be, yes, we're going to get this big fiscal stimulus package, and that will be a boost to risk appetite, at least in the short term. Now, of course, over the medium or longer term, people will start to concern themselves about tax hikes, for instance, and that could have the opposite effect on risk appetite. But it's very difficult to know when the short term starts or ends and when the medium term starts, of course. So this is, again, comes back to the whole theme about timing. But I think a blue wave immediately could help risk appetite, perhaps could boost some of the risky assets, risky currencies, perhaps, and could have a detrimental impact, perhaps, on the US dollar, given its safe haven appeal.
Jane, we're just getting some breaking news. We did report about 5 minutes ago that actually there was a concern on the Europe Stock 600. The Stoxx Europe 600 has now resumed trading, so everything seems to be back in order. It was a temporary glitch, and actually the Stoxx Europe 600 is up some 0.2% after that glitch. So, Jane, I just wanted to make sure that all of our viewers and listeners were aware that everything seems back to normal on the amalgamation of these trading bourses. Jane, I asked you about dollar, but is it significant if we have a Joe Biden in the presidency, in the White House, does it have a direct impact on trade and therefore on renminbi? Does it have direct?
Okay, we closed position on Japanese yen, as you can see, at 104.860. Okay, we have £1,000 in profit.
Congress, the Senate, who have the purse strings really over fiscal aspects, but it is the president who's got a lot more autonomy over issues such as trade, and certainly we saw that during the last 4 years with Trump. Now, the market expectation is, and we've seen this all over the last month or so, is that if Biden takes the White House, there's going to be less perhaps animosity between China and the US. I would be very careful about drawing that conclusion. If we look at a lot of surveys in the US, what we see is that over the last 4 years or so, voters on both sides of the electorate divide have become a lot more suspicious about China. And I think that goes for Europeans too. If we go back 20 years or so, I think many people in Western countries had assumed that perhaps as China's wealth increased, we get more democracy. We haven't had that. And instead what we have is more military power, more noises from China about them wanting to be a little bit more dominant in tech, for instance, treading on the toes certainly of the Americans. So, you know, I expect that there will be a lot of tension, perhaps not quite so bellicose as in Trump, but under a Biden presidency, I certainly think that there will still be tensions with China. In fact, one thing that we need to watch out for is whether or not a Biden presidency is perhaps a little bit more successful in taking sides with perhaps the Australians or with the Europeans against China. So I think we have a very different types of presidency, but in some way, I still think we have China tensions there.
Jane, this is our MLive question. So I urge everyone to go on the blog because it's a fantastic blog, especially given the volatility that we're seeing in the markets. And our question today to experts, Jane, is what should investors fear most this week? What do you think that is?
I do think it's the contested election. If we do get the contested election, as you were mentioning a little bit earlier on, that fear that we could have social unrest. Now, of course, over the last few months, what we've seen in the US is, of course, protests on the back of the Black Lives Matter. People who are quite fractious. You add on to that unemployment. People are having real concerns in some parts about the income that they have to feed their families, etc. And you add on the contested election. Again, if we go back to research, if we go back to surveys, what we see, for instance, from the Pew Research Agency, is the question of, does this election matter to you? We see a huge comeback. We see a massive amount of people in the US really engaged about this election, and that is, of course, reflected in the sheer numbers of people who have already voted. So people are engaged, people are economically stressed, and I do think that there is this fear that if we get a contested election, we have social unrest, and that could be extremely divisive.
Jane, thank you so much. Jane Foley there from Rabobank stays with us, and we'll have plenty more, of course, with Jane throughout the morning. We'll also look at pound, given the lockdown in London and in the UK, but also given that we could be making ways towards some kind of deal on Brexit. Coming up tomorrow, of course, much more on the election. We'll bring you special coverage and analysis throughout today and on to tomorrow. This is Bloomberg.
The time has come to elect the next president of the United States, and the stakes could not be higher. Two candidates, two very different paths for the future of the country. I'm David Weston. We will bring you the results as they unfold live on election night. Join us Tuesday, November 3rd at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
Women leaders were actually better at controlling the deaths from COVID-19.
Do you think out of this pandemic, we'll see more countries be willing to elect female leaders?
When we look at women leaders, we tend to project on them baggage that they shouldn't bear.
Women are given an opportunity when no one else wants to do the job.
Women had a very clear objective. They wanted to save lives.
The women leaders, if you look at their careers, have also built up a level of trust.
In fact, women have to be better at communication in order to be elected as leaders, whereas this doesn't hold true for men.
We need to get those sexist stereotypes out of our head and give women a fair run for leadership.
Trying to change the stereotypes about women is not only the business of women, but men have to be part of it.
Just days away from the most critical election in U.S. history and its only democracy at stake. From electronic voting machines to misinformation and fake news and political advertising on social media, is the tech industry ready for its biggest test yet? I'm Emily Chang, and we'll be focusing on these issues all week on Bloomberg Technology in a special electioneering series. Tune in 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific, only on Bloomberg Television.
England joins nations from Austria to Greece imposing tougher coronavirus restrictions this week. The UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson announced a partial lockdown with pubs, restaurants and non-essential shops to close from Thursday. Meanwhile, a Brexit deal could be secured by mid-November. Bloomberg understands that officials are getting close to breaking the 8-month deadlock over the key sticking point of fishing rights. Well, let's get more with our UK government reporter, Emily Ashton. Emily, thank you so much for joining us. Lots of unhappiness amongst Boris Johnson's MPs. How big a rebellion is he actually facing?
Yes, well, obviously Boris Johnson didn't want to impose the second national lockdown and had said so for weeks, if not months. But the new projections from his scientific committee left him with no choice, he says, because projections show that deaths will continue to rise throughout December and beyond if there's no action taken. So he's going to go to the chamber, the House of Commons this afternoon, and say, look, this second wave is going to produce more deaths if we don't act now. But there is a rump of Conservative MPs that are very anti-lockdown, and there is a big vote on Wednesday, and you will see a number of them vote against it, including people like Sir Graham Brady, who is a very influential Conservative MP, the chair of the 1922 Backbench Committee, who's very concerned about the fundamental rights of people, so they're not going to be able to see their family for a month at least, for example. But I think overall that vote will be able to get through. I think maybe a few Conservative MPs will abstain, but Boris Johnson has the support of the opposition groups, Labour, and he is likely to get this lockdown through.
Emily, thank you so much, and we'll have, of course, plenty more also on Brexit. It does seem like we're a little bit closer to finding an agreement on fisheries. Emily Ashton, there, UK government reporter, joining us today. Still with us, Jane Foley from Rabobank. Jane, I don't know what changes your pound, perspective in the shorter term. Does this lockdown make it much more difficult for the Bank of England to set policy on Thursday?
Well, it does make it more difficult. I mean, certainly if we look into Q4 now, if we look ahead, well, we don't see something that's pretty attractive. And that, of course, goes for all of Europe. If you like, some of the data that we're having today, that the PMIs for October already out of date. You could say the same for last week's GDP data, already out of date, because, of course, since those data, were recorded, the news about Q4 is become a lot worse. Now, for the Bank of England, I think the topic is, will negative interest rates become more likely or not? Now, nobody really wants to go through with negative interest rates. There are risks to negative interest rates, but I think at some point it could be that the economy, if it were to get so sour, it becomes more of a realistic proposition. Now, I don't think that we're there yet, but certainly I think the market will be listening to the rhetoric from the Bank of England this week, from the MPC, to try and gauge whether or not that particular policy has become perhaps a little bit more likely than it was just a couple of weeks ago.
Jane, what does this mean for pound going forward? We also seem to understand, although again it's through sources, and I guess it could always be the reverse, that we're getting towards some kind of deal, especially on fisheries, which mean that we could have an agreement between the UK and the EU on Brexit.
Well, that's exactly right. And to be honest, I think if it wasn't for that news this morning, I think sterling will be a lot lower. I mean, already it's significantly lower against the dollar, but that, of course, is partly a function of dollar strength. If we look at it against the euro, what we have for euro dollar is sterling weakening a bit this morning, of course, on the back of the lockdown news. But euro sterling still at the bottom of the range. And I think that is because there is this hope that by the middle of November, we could have a deal. And of course, the news that we have, the headlines from Bloomberg News today suggesting that there may have been a little bit of concession made on fisheries, just feeding that optimism. But I use the word optimism perhaps a little bit too lightly, because I do think that there is still going to be a lot of political clouds over sterling over the next 6 months or so. I think if we do get a deal, it's going to be fairly a narrow deal, perhaps not the comprehensive one that people had hoped for a year or so ago. So any scope, I think, for a leaf rally on sterling on that deal is probably going to be limited or short-lived. And then, of course, we've got the possibility of still border disruptions in January. And then as we move into next year, I think we're still going to have a lot of question marks, if you like, about UK politics. We know that Boris Johnson's popularity is low. We've seen recent polls suggesting that if there were an election now, Labour would beat the Tories. So there's going to be questions over perhaps even the future of Boris Johnson and whether or not he can really stay in command over the next year.
Jane, thank you so much. We'll have plenty more, of course, with Jane a little bit later. We'll talk a little bit about the fate of Boris Johnson, Jane Foley of Rabobank, and we'll also talk about China and renminbi. Coming up, Europe's biggest discount carrier says losses are set to worsen this winter. Ryanair's chief executive tells us new coronavirus curves reflect a failure of government policy. Our interview with Michael O'Leary later this hour. This is Bloomberg.
The time has come to elect the next president of the United States, and the stakes could not be higher. Two candidates, two very different paths for the future of the country. I'm David Weston. We will bring you the results as they unfold live on election night. Join us Tuesday, November 3rd at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
their CPG history, their experience, and really how we might be able to combine together to really create this fantastic public company. And so we kind of got into the SPAC thing a little bit before it became such a hot method of going public.
It's really a reminder, isn't it, just how sensitive the markets are to any commentary about trade. We did see some pressure on the yuan, we did see some pressure on the futures. That is now being reversed.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. Now let's get straight to the Bloomberg Business Flash. Here's Leanne Gerrans. Hi, Leanne.
Good morning, Francine. Nexi is closer to its next takeover target. The payments provider has entered into exclusive merger talks with Denmark's Nets. It hopes to reach an agreement for an all-out share deal. It follows Nexi's purchase of SIA for over €4.5 billion. Shares in the firm have nearly doubled since the company's IPO last April. And Ryanair is bracing for deeper losses this winter as a new wave of lockdowns threatens its plan to bring back flights. Europe's biggest discount carrier will only offer 40% of its usual capacity and says that could drop even further. CEO Michael O'Leary criticized the new restrictions, calling them a failure of government policy. And that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Francine.
Thank you so much, Leanne. A lot going on. We have to look at the markets. Of course, it's 24 hours away until the U.S. starts, voting, and so that could really move the markets. Risk assets are kind of a bit all over the place at the moment. It's pretty volatile when it comes to the markets. Coming up, China's economic recovery is going from strength to strength. That's the view of Bloomberg Economics. And next up, we'll focus on the only major economy set to grow GDP this year. That's coming up next. We'll also look at renminbi. This is Bloomberg.
Ada 3 kelompok pengungsi tersebut yang sudah berpencar arah. Kemudian kami dari Polsek Banda Sakti berkoordinasi dengan perangkat desa Kampung Jomblang melakukan upaya pengumpulan secara persuasif serta minta tolong kepada warga. Alhamdulillah warga yang terpecah semuanya berkumpul.
Welcome to That's Debatable, an interactive series on today's most pressing issues. The resolution this time, is a U.S.-China space race good for humanity? We'll hear from both sides.
The competition, if you look at the past, led to innovation.
A whole new arms race could start. And we'll get your perspective too, with help from the artificial intelligence of IBM Watson. I'm John Donvan. Join us for That's Debatable, presented by Bloomberg and Intelligence Squared, Friday on Bloomberg Television.
explore the trends, investments, and competition of the European ETF industry. Join us on Bloomberg ETF IQ Europe. Economics, finance, politics. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. A lot going on. Of course, it's tomorrow that the U.S. votes. A lot going on because then we get on to BOE. There's lockdowns in Europe, so we have to look at the market move. Now let's get straight to the Bloomberg First Word News. Here in London with me is Leanne Gerrans. Hi, Leanne.
Good morning, Francine. Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden is warning President Trump against declaring victory before the results are clear. It follows a report in Axios that the president has told associates he plans to claim a win if results show him ahead, even if the outcome isn't really known. Anger is rising across Europe as governments impose new lockdown rules. Protests have erupted in Madrid and other Spanish cities after officials blocked travel from other regions. Austria, Greece and Portugal are following the lead of France and Germany, expanding shutdowns for November. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and at Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Leanne Gerrans. This is Bloomberg. Francine.
Leanne, thank you so much. Now, China's October PMI fell slightly, while consumer spending helped to lift services output, suggesting the economic recovery remains on track. Now, the manufacturing index is slightly beating consensus. So the more export-oriented Caixin factory index defied expectations by rising, though the pace of expansion in new export orders also slowed. Well, still with us is Jane Foley from Rabobank. Jane, first of all, if you look at your assumption of China, and this is one of the questions that we were asking the IMF, China's better than the rest of the world, but then there's such an export-driven economy that if everyone else is in lockdown and consumer spending goes down elsewhere, can China really sustain it?
Well, China is, of course, trying to stimulate domestic demand. They say that that is going to be a name, but I think you're quite right in pointing this out. Now, what we had, of course, in the third quarter, and we saw this very much so in the US GDP data, but also in European data too, is this big increase in GDP as consumption increased, as retail sales began to recover as well. And that, of course, to help Chinese exporters. But of course, if you go into Q4 again, the story does look a little bit different. That said, China is arguably in a better position than many other countries because of the lack of the virus there, because of this perception that Asia generally, perhaps led by China, is doing better in terms of coping with the virus, allowing a bit more economic freedom in their economies because of the reduced COVID numbers. So it will get some support from there. But yes, I think you're right. I think the optimism with respect to China does have to be tempered because of the more economic restrictions that we're now seeing across Europe.
Jane, when you look at renminbi, what does renminbi do from here?
Well, again, this is quite interesting. I mean, the market consensus is really beginning to gather some pace, which is China is doing better than the rest of the world. Its growth is I think it's the IMF is the only, as predicted, China will grow, the only major economy that will grow significantly next year, for instance. All of these expectations are really helping the market gather optimism about the Chinese renminbi. But again, I come back to the point where I think it's perhaps a little bit too hasty to assume that there will be less friction if we do have a Biden presidency between the US and China. I think that there will be a lot of deep-rooted suspicions. I do think that Biden or a Biden presidency could be better at drawing alliances with other economies, with other countries against China. And I think perhaps some of the market optimism that we're seeing about the medium-term outlook for the renminbi could be just a little bit too misplaced right now.
Thank you so much, Jane Foley, there with the very latest, of course, on renminbi and, well, all the big currencies that we're watching out for this week. Head of FX strategy there at Rabobank. Now, if you look at the markets and if you have a look at exactly what we're getting out of the UK, we did have some data points out of Europe. This is for the month of October, so I would just take it with a bit of caution because it was before these extra restrictions and extra lockdowns that took place. UK October manufacturing PMI 53.7, preliminary was 53.3. This is for the UK. Also, we did have a glitch on the Stocks Europe 600, and now that was fixed. So the Europe Stock 600 extending gain to around 1% in terms of that gain. So we'll have plenty more, of course, on the markets throughout the day. Now, as the pandemic sweeps the globe and wildfires ravage the West, the only thing that seems to spread faster are conspiracy theories. Pizzagate, the Great Awakening, and mass pedophilia rings. These are just some of the themes associated with what's been known as QAnon, a belief that's been piercing its way through politics since 2017. Now, the idea has amassed a large following ranging from politicians to celebrities and believes there is a deep state working against Donald Trump. So what's being done about these groups and how are they impacting this year's election? Well, Bloomberg's Emily Chang reports.
Mr. President.
Just about 1 year after President Trump's 2016 victory, a hint was dropped on the pseudo-anonymous discussion board known as 4chan that Hillary Clinton's arrest was imminent. Following this unfounded claim, more and more posts appeared by a user named Q Clearance Anonymous that continued to push cryptic content across the platform, ultimately promising to deliver the next big revelation that would bring down the Democratic Party. Since those posts back in 2017, QAnon has continued to evolve into a widespread belief that there are actors in the so-called deep state trying to take down President Trump. The president has repeatedly retweeted QAnon supporters, but has denied knowing much about them.
I don't know really anything about it other than they do supposedly like me. I just don't know about QAnon.
You do know.
I don't know. No, I don't know. What I do hear about it is they are very strongly against pedophilia, and I agree with that.
Conspiracy theories, a term that became common in the 19th century, have run rampant in the digital age, like fire meeting fuel. But what's so bad about a theory? Well, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube have all banded together to try and limit QAnon content and other baseless theories that could end up inciting real-world violence. In 2019, the FBI warned conspiracy theories by domestic extremists very likely will emerge, spread, and evolve in the modern information marketplace, occasionally driving both groups and individual extremists to carry out criminal or violent acts. QAnon is just one of the extreme ideologies that have driven some to take the beliefs a step further.
This message right in the truck's window reading, "Release the OIG report," a possible reference to the Hillary Clinton email investigation.
Prosecutors allege that the train engineer admitted to police that he intentionally derailed and crashed it, saying that he was suspicious of the Mercy, believing it had an alternate purpose related to COVID-19 or a government takeover.
Multiple casualties were being told, and police again asking people to stay away from this area.
In an effort to combat misinformation ahead of the election, online platforms continue to remove posts associated with QAnon. But when the lines are blurred between social media and news media, the question remains, when is it moderation and when is it censorship? Emily Chang, Bloomberg, San Francisco.
Coming up, Europe's biggest discount carrier says losses are set to worsen this winter. Ryanair's chief executive tells us new coronavirus curbs reflect a failure of government policy. Our interview with Michael O'Leary is up next, and this is Bloomberg.
The time has come to elect the next president of the United States, and the stakes could not be higher. Two candidates, two very different paths for the future of the country. I'm David Weston. We will bring you the results as they unfold live on election night. Join us Tuesday, November 3rd at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
Retail, I think, is strong. We see a lot of people ordering online or going to the grocery store and buying and eating at home. We just don't know what restaurants are going to do this year in the state of Florida, which is the largest consumer of the crab.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. Now, a lot to get through, but first, let's get straight to the Bloomberg Business Flash. Here's Leanne Gerrans. Hi, Leanne.
Hi, Francine. A new report says UK companies are on average borrowing about 5 times more than usual this year. Consultancy EY says bank lending has already climbed to over £43 billion for the first 8 months of the year. That's up from under £9 billion for 2019. EY says many are unlikely to start reducing the debt until 2022. Now, Westpac has seen plunging profit this year. That's after the Australian lender was hit with a record fine for breaching anti-money laundering laws. It also faced swelling bad loan charges brought on by the coronavirus pandemic. The firm says 2020 was a particularly challenging year. The result is disappointing. And Stonepeak is buying Astound, the 6th largest U.S. cable broadband provider. Private equity firm TPG is selling the company, which serves over 1 million customers, for $8.1 billion, including debt. The deal values Astound at around $8,000 per broadband subscriber. Internet providers have done well during the pandemic as more people are staying at home. And that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Francine.
Leanne, thank you so much. Now, Europe's biggest discount airline says losses are set to worsen this winter. That's as new wave of coronavirus lockdowns frustrates Ryanair's attempts to bring back flights. Well, the chief executive, Michael O'Leary, spoke to Manus Cranny and Anne-Marie Hordern earlier today.
We've reduced our winter schedule to just 40% of prior year. We're kind of guiding for about 38 million passengers for the full year up to the end of March. We think we may have to work that number back slightly. You know, we're running pretty much skeleton schedules for the next month or two. Forward bookings into November were already terrible, so we're not sure these lockdowns will have that much effect on it, although the risk will be to the downside. But they're a continuation of, you know, the failed policies of EU governments for the last 12 months. The WHO themselves have said that lockdowns, you know, are a failure. They should be avoided wherever possible, and they're only useful if you use the time of the lockdown to get your testing system in place, your test and tracing system in place to avoid a second lockdown. And here we have the UK government, the Irish government locking us down again. But if there was a month to be locked down, the month of November would be the best month.
Anne-Marie and I spent some time there with Siemens Healthineers. Rapid testing, 15-minute rapid tests. Is that not where we should be seeing our governments spend more of their time and money so that we can move around? Is that not ground zero to get us off the ground?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm not even sure these 15-minute tests, I'm not sure how reliable the 15-minute antigen tests will be. But there's no doubt that governments should have used the first lockdown to massively boost their test and trace capacity. Now, you know, Johnson in the UK promised a world-leading test and tracing, but like all of Johnson's promises, including Brexit, they've been a shambles. But, you know, the UK should be testing 5 million people a week, 6 million, 10th of the population. In Ireland, we're testing 100,000 people a day. We should be testing 1 million people a week. And that's the way you chase down the virus. That's the way you get on top of this, not yo-yoing into lockdown, out of lockdown, into lockdown again. This is political mismanagement on a grand scale. And what's missing is that effective, wide-scale testing, where you test typically 10% or 20% of the population each week. That's the way to get rid of these lockdowns.
You strike me this morning with slightly more positive rhetoric. You're going to get through the eye of the storm. What's the double down trade for O'Leary in 2021? What is your big opportunity in this crisis, if there is one at all?
I think the opportunity here is to reprice the aircraft order for the next 5 or 6 years. We're in advanced discussions with Boeing on orders, on order pricing, on compensation. None of those can be concluded until the Boeing MAX goes back into service. And there's been an enormous opportunity, which I think we have worked assiduously at in the last 3 months, Manus, which has been to refine the cost base in almost every area of Ryanair. Going forward, as we recover from COVID-19, we will have lower, more productive labour costs, lower airport costs, bigger growth incentives going forward. We'll be able to pass on all those savings to our customers in the form of lower airfares. And I have no doubt in my mind that customers all over Europe, the first thing they will want to do as the lockdowns end and the virus is discovered is go travel again across Europe. Short haul, I think, in Europe will rebound very strongly, and I believe you'll see Ryanair make enormous market share gains in that recovery.
Well, that was the Ryanair Chief Executive Michael O'Leary speaking to us a little bit earlier today. Now let's get some analysis from Siddharth Philip. He's our transport reporter in Europe. Sid, great to have you on Bloomberg Surveillance. What exactly right now is the biggest challenge for Ryanair?
Morning, Francine. So the biggest challenge really for Ryanair at this point is trying to figure out when demand is really going to come back. And essentially, they've managed to keep their costs in check, which is why the stock is trading quite higher today compared to the other airlines such as IAG and EasyJet, which are sliding on the new government restrictions in the UK.
So what is Michael O'Leary's outlook, Sid, for the coming months?
So Michael O'Leary is talking about how demand will be lower in the winter season, which is typically the slowest part of the year for airlines. And Ryanair is saying that their losses in the second half would be worse than the 197 million euro loss in the first half, announced this morning.
So, Sid, Ryanair is also challenging rival airline bailouts. So there's some of them actually refute that's a bailout at all, kind of like it could be a loan or something like that. But what's the latest on this?
Yeah, sure. So Ryanair has been challenging bailouts, including the ones to Lufthansa, Air France, and other carriers in Europe. Their contention is that it distorts the market and it skews the demand for travel, especially when demand returns, and it will allow other airlines to offer flights below cost. That argument's been refuted by other airlines that are saying that they just need the money to survive. Ryanair has filed legal challenges at the European Commission against these bailouts, and it looks to see what really happens from here and whether the EC and the European courts actually allow this to continue or not and crack down on bailouts or not.
Siddharth, thank you so much. Siddharth Philip there joining us from the transport team. Now, coming up, much more tomorrow's U.S. election. We'll bring you all the analysis and markets coverage. That's coming up shortly, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Best, your weekly review of the most important business news, analysis, and interviews from Bloomberg Television around the world.
Ken Burns, welcome to Bloomberg Big Decisions.
We have always been a mixture of things. We are always stronger for that mixture.
Growth is a way to stay competitive, delight more and more consumers.
Welcome to the Best of Bloomberg Technology. I'm Emily Chang.
They've moved the needle by acknowledging that they have to monitor the content.
What is one word of advice you'll take with you?
Learn how to listen. And that is certainly something that has served me well.
Ankiti, where do you go from here?
It's a huge market. It's a huge opportunity. I want to go 100x from here.
Our philosophy is to partner where we can and stand apart when we should.
That over the past few weeks has made it clear it wants to go higher. It got a little spooked by the idea that geopolitical tensions are rising.
I'm an owl.
You're
I'm not a dove. I'm not a hawk. Monetary policy cannot and should not be the only game in town. We are not here to close spreads. This is not the function or the mission of the ECB. We will use any and all flexibility that we have to make sure that our monetary policy is properly transmitted to all jurisdictions. Action had to be taken. An ambitious and coordinated fiscal stance remains critical. Certainly under current circumstances, it is very likely that the full envelope of PEP will be used. This recovery is still today uneven, incomplete, and uncertain. We will be looking at everything. Now, in the meantime, we're not going to just stand still.
Well, that was a look back at Christine Lagarde's first year as ECB president. Now let's take a look at what you should be watching out for this week. Of course, it's all about the U.S. election. Later today, we get the latest also U.S. manufacturing PMI data. Tomorrow, of course, is election day in the U.S. On Wednesday, America formally withdraws from the Paris Agreement on climate change. And finally, Thursday is a big day for central banks. The Bank of England is expected to increase bond purchases. The Fed will likely hold steady as well. So we'll have plenty of news to talk about all week. Now, after global equity markets rounded out their worst week since March, investors are gearing up for another volatile stretch. Between the U.S. election and tighter restrictions in Europe, macro risks are certainly dominating. Well, with the very latest is our Danny Berger. Hi, Danny. How are investors actually preparing for the election tomorrow?
Hi, Francine. Yeah, look, this is the situation we find ourselves in 1 day away from the election. Equities are moving higher today, so there's no sense of panic in terms of the day before the voting begins in the U.S., at least on the day of the election. But sources I've been speaking with say that desks really are just hesitant to put any money into the machine right now, that for most investors, they can afford to stay on the sidelines for what could be a very volatile event tomorrow and the ensuing days, and what could be a very expensive day if they are positioned wrongly heading into it. And part of the expensiveness also comes down to the price of hedges at the moment. And we've seen really that play out in markets. Bonds, gold didn't really move too much over the past week as equities sold off. So investors likely cutting and running and not changing their position when it comes to some of those haven assets. In fact, gold, though it's up today, fell last week. Perhaps some yen got a few bids last week, but investors I've been speaking to say that flow is mostly from Japan. So again, you just have investors really waiting on the sideline, not wanting to position around what they think the markets will play out in a Biden or Trump White House. They're not really ready to jump in and make that bet yet, with such a binary outcome possibly taking place.
Danny, for those who are left still playing in the market, what are they actually doing and buying?
So, according to Masanari Takada of Nomura, who is left are most likely retail players and some of the swift trading short-term, more quant-oriented strategies. So he says because of that, their buying and selling right now was a lot more noisy than what you'd expect if you had a lot more real money in the market. So not to read too much into what we're seeing during this time when they're leading, at least in the short term. But one consistency in Europe, in the US, and in Asian trading sessions over the past few days is that momentum has been getting wrecked. It's these high flyers, bigger names. That's what's been selling off in the market. That could be indicative of retail traders taking profits on some of the more high flyers heading in to the election. Also, Takada from Nomura does say that he's seen hedge funds back off to cutting their longs in Europe and the US, as well as a lot of CTAs. So those are the trend following quants. They have tended to be selling S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 futures in these first couple days, or first last days rather, heading into the election, Francine.
Danny, thanks so much. Our Danny Berger there with the very latest on positioning on the markets and, of course, what we're all watching for. Now, the markets, there was a bit of a blip earlier on in the trading session with the stocks Europe 600 actually opening with a bit of a delay. But now everything's fine. And if you look at volatility in the markets, let's get that board up so I show you exactly what I'm looking at. Stocks are actually rebounding. Oil pairing some of the retreat that we saw a bit earlier on. And then the other one we need to watch out for is gold, of course, is gold advancing. And then quite a lot to do with pound. Now, pound is on the weaker side, but as Jane Foley was telling us, pound is weaker, but not as much because we're expecting some kind of Brexit deal. Bloomberg surveillance continues in the next hour. Tom Keene joins me out of New York. We'll focus on the election, we'll focus on Brexit, and we'll focus on markets. This is Bloomberg.
Me gustaría decirle a los empleadores que fueran más humanitarios con sus trabajadores, que les hagan valer sus derechos.
Y estábamos viviendo en dos casas, en unas 50 personas y en la otra otras 50. En cada casa había 5 habitaciones. En cada habitación había de 3 a 4 camas abarrotadas. Vivíamos de 6 a 7 personas. Un baño para cada habitación y una cocina para todas.
Una vez que nos atendieron en el hospital, al salir nos avisó una compañera que ya nos habían reportado a migración.
Gracias a Dios ahorita de salud yo estoy muy bien, pero en lo moral no estoy muy bien, porque a causa de esa enfermedad yo perdí todo, perdí mi trabajo.
Yo creo que mi caso resulta un gran problema de cómo las personas migrantes estamos en riesgo de explotación por parte de los empleadores.
I think what we've seen during this period of time is that communicating via video is not a fad. We are using it in all aspects of our lives, for work, for learning, for communicating, for staying in touch.
Give you a sense of the real-time action, the 10-year yield tumbling now 11 basis points, so continuing in this major risk-off field.
U.S. Election Day is tomorrow. President Trump and Joe Biden chase support in key swing states as early voting hits a record. England prepares for a month-long lockdown to combat coronavirus as a partial shutdown begins in Germany today. Italy may be next to reimpose restrictions. Plus, Ryanair says the risks are skewed to the downside as Chief Executive Michael O'Leary calls a new lockdown political mismanagement on a grand scale. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Francine Lackman, London. Tom Keene in New York. Tom, the focus on the markets. So first of all, there was quite a lot of volatility this morning. Now things are stabilizing a bit. We also have the Fed later. We have the Bank of England on Thursday, but really all eyes on the election tomorrow. And this is not only for the White House, but of course the Senate race as well.
Well, the Senate race as well is a huge mystery. I would suggest over the weekend, yes, that focus got greater. There were some really interesting twists and turns over the weekend, Francine. In the markets, I would say more than anything, the new higher yield regime gets my attention with the 10-year yield out to 0.87%. The dynamics, Monday, Tuesday, maybe it's going to be around the election, but then there's the then what later in the week, Francine, that'll be interesting.
Right. Well, depending on whether it's a contested election or not, that's what I keep on hearing on the markets, that of course if it's contested, then we could see a lot of volatility in all sorts of asset classes. And Tom, of course, it's Brexit, right? There is a bit of news on Brexit, and coupled with news on extra restrictions in the UK economy, it's kind of giving us a more neutral pound going forward. Now let's get straight to the Bloomberg First Word News. Here's Ritika Gupta. Hi, Ritika.
Morning, Francine, Tom. The presidential campaign is now in its final full day. A series of polls show Democrat Joe Biden leading President Trump nationally and in battleground states. Still, some of those states remain extremely close. Both candidates will campaign today in Pennsylvania. The state is vital to Biden's chances, and it's become almost a must-win state for the president as well. The White House slammed infectious diseases chief Anthony Fauci after he ramped up criticism of the way the coronavirus pandemic was handled. Fauci told the Washington Post the U.S. is, quote, in for a whole lot of hurt from the virus this winter. The White House says it's unacceptable for Fauci to play politics with the issue just days before the election. A new survey of economists say the Federal Reserve won't increase the pace of asset purchases this year or next. More of these polled by Bloomberg said even if the Fed did boost bond buying, it wouldn't meaningfully boost the U.S. economy. Fed policymakers meet Wednesday and Thursday. And Brexit negotiators are moving closer to breaking the impasse over one of the biggest obstacles to a trade deal. A compromise is emerging on the issue of what access boats from the EU will have to British fishing waters. The potential solution would allow Britain to claim it has won back control of its seas. Global news 24 hours a day on air and at Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg. Francine, Tom.
Ritika, thanks so much. Equities, bonds, currencies, commodities with a lift to the market, a nice lift in the hour. Futures up 40, but after what we've seen the last number of days, you just have to see where we go on the mood of this election. The VIX with a 40 level comes in sharply, 37.09 on the VIX. As I mentioned, a high yield, a new regime of higher yield, 0.87% on the 10-year. The real yield improves dramatically from that negative 1.00% up to a very solid negative 0.84%. Dollar strength, Kitchuk's just publishing, questioning the future of dollar strength. Francine, I need to know Turkish lira with an 840 print this morning. Not a surprise, it gets my attention.
I was going to say, we have to look at Turkish lira, Tom, because you've been way up front on this and very focused on it. Now, this is what I'm looking at. Look, oil declining as much as 6% before pairing some of the worst slide. I think that's significant, Tom, because it does mean that there's some anxious out there that the world economy will stall. And I would point to, China GDP figures. Sure, they're good, but remember, they export so much to the rest of the world. Then if we go into lockdown and spend less, it could also impact China. Overall, the market is, of course, looking at the U.S. election. It's a crucial week spanning the U.S. election, but also the Federal Reserve policy meeting. We could have extra restrictions on European economies, and of course, we have Bank of England on Thursday. I'm looking at pound retreating as England heads into a tighter lockdown, and then if you look at treasuries, they're pretty much steady, gold advanced, and then I just wanted to show VIX for good measure onto the U.S. election. Now, after a long year of campaigning, more than $14 billion spent in the most expensive election in history, Election day, yes, in America, is upon us. It's tomorrow. Here's what we heard on the campaign trail this past weekend.
I think it's terrible when we can't know the results of an election the night of the election in a modern day age of computers. I think it's a terrible thing. And I happen to think it was a terrible decision for our country made by the Supreme Court. I think it was a terrible decision for our country. And I think it's a very dangerous decision.
The president's allies today have been talking quite a bit about maybe declaring victory on Tuesday night, even if the votes aren't final, if he seems to be up ahead. What's your response?
Our response is the president's not going to steal this election.
Let's give him an extra 3 days, and let's take all the time you want. You know, people want to know, and you know, bad things happen in places like Pennsylvania and Nevada. We love Nevada, but you have a governor there. Bad things can happen. That little intervening, let's take plenty of time. No, that's a terrible ruling for our country. I don't care. It's a terrible ruling. It's a shame.
The good news is on Tuesday, you can choose change. You can elect Joe Biden. You can elect Kamala Harris. You can choose a better America. And you don't have to wait until Tuesday to cast your ballot, Michigan.
Well, that was President Trump, Joe Biden, and former President Obama over the weekend. So let's get more on U.S. politics. Joining us now is Amy Pope, Chatham House Associate Fellow of U.S. and America's Program, former U.S. Deputy Homeland Security Advisor to President Obama as well. Amy, great to speak to you 24 hours away from, you know, the U.S. election, but actually already I think over 90 million people have started voting in the U.S. How likely is it that this election will be inconclusive or contested and that we'll see civil unrest?
It's extremely likely. I mean, right now, the president has already said that he plans to contest the outcome in Pennsylvania. He has his lawyers geared up and ready to go. And as we just heard, he's actively encouraging people to protest, to cause violence, to wreak some havoc. And so in many ways, really, the president is stoking the anxiety rather than calming people and giving people a sense of the democratic process and the importance of a smooth election.
But overall, Amy, if Joe Biden wins by a significant margin, can President Trump still contest the election?
He could. I mean, it depends really on a couple of things. First of all, if it's one state that has enough electoral votes that could really make a difference, that will be a key place for the president to bring litigation. If there are a couple of states that might be in play, that's another strategy he might take. I mean, I think it's unwise if Joe Biden were to win by a landslide. His path forward is pretty limited because you'd have to have courts that would say it's worth pursuing the claim. But there's a lot on the line here. I expect the president to be very aggressive if he's not the winner here and to look for any options that he might have to contest the outcome.
Amy, I want to use your federal expertise here. We usually talk up Chatham House international relations and voting, but I want to rip up the script as we can with the gentle lady from the Ninth Circuit Court working with Justice Wardlaw out on the West Coast. Some serious work in her unit out of Duke Law on immigration and on the criminality along our southern border. Amy Pope, when it goes from the Texas Supreme Court over the weekend to a given federal judge under this time pressure, what actually happens?
So what we'll see here, I mean, there are fundamental questions that are at play, which is absolutely the right to vote and whether or not it was fair, if it's free, if there's any undue pressure. So right now, the courts have the opportunity to review it. I would be very surprised if the federal court took action that's inconsistent. In general, the states have the right to set the way in which their elections function. This is, again, a tension between the state and federal system. But if a state has come up with rules, it's the secretaries of state who govern those rules. And if they've put in place a way for people to vote, the federal courts are going to be really reluctant to disenfranchise the voters.
Yeah, but Amy, is this one federal judge? Is it 3 out of 9 judges on the Ninth Circuit or whatever circuit it is? Or is it just assumption by the federal district judges that it's going to end up at the Supreme Court? What's the machinery here on a Monday evening with all this emotion?
So the federal district court, which is one judge, would consider it in the first instance. It could very quickly be escalated. This is Texas, so it's the Fifth Circuit. It could be escalated to a panel of judges. And of course, it always could be escalated to the Supreme Court, where we'd have the 9 justices. Of course, the President Trump's latest nominee having just been confirmed. So there, Texas is one example, but I'm expecting a lot of these court battles to be playing out over the next couple of days, especially in places like Pennsylvania.
Amy, what exactly are the states that you're looking at? So if President Trump actually loses Florida, is that game over for him?
I think it's very difficult for him to find a way forward if he loses Florida. I mean, the other ones are the ones that we've been talking about for the last 2 years: Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. Pennsylvania is particularly interesting because it's already had some issues with the ballots for mail-in voters. Allegheny County, for example, which is where Pittsburgh is located, a number of their ballots did not go out to people on time, about 30,000, I think. And there have been, really interesting questions that leave room for either side to contest the outcome of it. And it's a really important ballot-rich, electoral college-rich state, and so there's likely to be a lot of conflict there.
Okay, but come on, you're from Pittsburgh. You know Pennsylvania, Amy Pope, like the back of your hand. I mean, spanning from Pittsburgh to Philadelphia, Trip Gabriel in the New York Times this weekend saying how important Erie, Pennsylvania is, folks. This is up on Lake Erie. It's a very industrial, Cleveland-like town in industrial decline. In Erie, Pennsylvania, who counts the votes?
That's a good question. I mean, in Erie, Pennsylvania, you still have the County Board of Supervisors who are going to be counting votes. In every county, that's the way it's going to work. But interestingly, I mean, I was really shocked to see this over the weekend. The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, Pittsburgh has historically been a strongly blue-collar Democrat town, and the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette endorsed Donald Trump. I mean, I just about fell out of my chair.
I did fall out of my chair, not with an opinion, but folks, this was a shock. Continue.
It's a shock. Yeah. So, I mean, it really shows that there's a changing demographic and political bent within the state. I mean, historically, we've said Pittsburgh and Philadelphia can be counted on to vote for the Democratic candidate, with the middle of the country really going red, really going for the Republicans. But this endorsement suggests that maybe even that is changing, and there are real questions about which way Pennsylvania will go.
Amy, thank you so much. Amy Pope, there, Chatham House Associate Fellow of U.S. and the Americas Program and former U.S. Deputy Homeland Security Advisor to President Obama. Of course, we'll have plenty more on the U.S. election throughout the day, and we'll also have a look at what the impact on the markets is. You can also join us on Bloomberg TV for the 2020 presidential election. Special coverage begins tomorrow at 7 p.m. in New York, midnight in London. This is Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Francine Lacqua in London. Tom Keane is in New York. Tom, a lot going on. Markets, of course, remain on edge ahead of a crucial week. Later today, we get the latest U.S. manufacturing data. On Tuesday, it's finally election day in the U.S. Thursday, big day for central banks with policy decisions from the Bank of England and the Fed. And then on Friday, it's U.S. jobs report for the month of October. Well, let's get straight to Janet Henry, HSBC Global Chief Economist, to take stock of also what we've heard from China. Janet, always great to speak to you, so thank you so much for coming on. When you see a lot of the data in October, could it be, in the US, in Europe, so be it UK, France, or Germany, do we need to take it with a pinch of salt because everything will change because of the extra restrictions and lockdowns?
Yes, a lot of it we know is looking through the rearview mirror, and in Europe, without a doubt, it's still, we've yet to see the impact of the renewed restrictions that are being put in place on a daily basis across Europe. But I think we can take some encouragement out of, the better data that has come through in Asia, the PMIs, even the better news on the infections in the likes of Australia and New Zealand. And in the US, there's so much uncertainty, not just about what's happening with the election, with the infections, and indeed whatever government's reaction to the infections, that the US, I think the jury's still out there. There's still some attention that can be paid to the data for October.
Janet, given we're in, election week, and we really don't know also what will happen to the Senate, so we don't know what happens to stimulus, and we certainly don't know what happens to a possible lockdown in different states, depending on who's president. How does it, how difficult is it for you to forecast a path forward for the U.S. economy?
Well, it's quite tricky, and obviously markets themselves, I think at the moment, as long as there's a clear result, they're likely to welcome that rather than something that might be protracted over a period of weeks or months before we get an election. So at the moment, I suppose we broadly incorporated into our forecast a degree of fiscal stimulus just because of what was already going through Congress, but that's already the fact that we haven't had it pre-election, and we may not even get it pre-inauguration, means that increasingly the risks are already to our downside as we enter 2021. I think Europe's more advanced. It's already looking like a number of economies may have a negative Q4 GDP. The US doesn't seem to be in that position. There's so far so much more momentum in the economy, both on the manufacturing and service sector and consumer spending side. But absolutely, once we know the result, there will be revisions to most forecasts when we have a better idea of what's going on going into 2021.
Janet Henry, Tom Keane in New York, good morning to you. Folks, I'm going to mention this a number of times here on the election. Zero Hedge with a great Bloomberg chart this weekend showing the 9 days before the election of 2016. Janet Henry, it's real simple. We rolled over all the fear before the election in 2016 and then a relative moonshot. What does your crystal ball look like out into January, out into June of next year? Do you assume stimulus and a better global GDP?
Yes, we've got more stimulus virtually everywhere, and both on monetary and fiscal stimulus. And by the middle of next year, we do think that things are going to be improving. But we've always made the point that the easiest part of the recovery is now already over. We had the Q2 shutdown, we had the Q3 bounce back. Even in a world where we didn't necessarily get a second wave, it was always going to get harder, and we were always going to need very accommodative monetary policy and more fiscal stimulus. Now the public health situation in the advanced economies, particularly in Europe, means that it's going to have to be bigger. And in the US, hopefully there'll be a bit more urgency to reach agreement on a fiscal stimulus as we enter 2021, irrespective of the outcome of the election.
I mean, I find it fascinating, and, up you go in fiscal stimulus. How does fiscal stimulus filter into an economy? Is it through C, obviously, consumption, or can business actually pick up from stimulus?
I think it can feed through in a number of different ways, and as economists always like to talk about, its multiplier effects. And I think this is what the market is kind of focusing on at the moment. It's kind of, if we get a Biden presidency, there's going to be bigger infrastructure spending, but we still don't know the timing. If there's a Trump presidency, there's going to be more in the way of tax cuts, which might support consumption. Now, even as we go into, if we do get a full-blown a Biden clean sweep, we would start 2021 with an urgency on relief measures that will provide some relief for companies and a lot of help for consumers and state and local governments. But for the global economy, it might be the next wave of fiscal spending, which might take until much later in 2021, where you get the real infrastructure spending that might be much more supportive for global growth.
Janet Henry with us with HSBC, and of course all the themes wrapped around what we're going to see on stimulus, whether it's in lockdown United Kingdom or in election-focused America. In our next hour, we are thrilled to bring you Dennis Gartman, of course, his affiliation with the University of Akron and always his affiliation with North Carolina State. Dennis Gartman, yes, I'll ask about gold. Don't email in. I'll ask Gartman about gold. I'll ask about going from the lower left to the upper right, and we shall drop something on our foot that hurts. Dennis Gartman in the next hour on America and the election in London. It's gorgeous. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Women leaders were actually better at controlling the deaths from COVID-19. Do you think out of this pandemic, we'll see more countries be willing to elect female leaders?
When we look at women leaders, we tend to project on them baggage that they shouldn't bear.
Women are given an opportunity when no one else wants to do the job.
Women had a very clear objective. They wanted to save lives.
The women leaders, if you look at their careers, have also built up a level of trust.
In fact, women have to be better at communication in order to be elected as leaders, whereas this doesn't hold true for men.
We need to get those sexist stereotypes out of our head and give women a fair run for leadership.
Trying to change the stereotypes about women is not only the business of women, but men have to be part of it.
The time has come to elect the next president of the United States, and the stakes could not be higher. Two candidates, two very different paths for the future of the country. I'm David Weston. We will bring you the results as they unfold live on election night. Join us Tuesday, November 3rd at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
I'm David Weston. Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience. Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
It's really a reminder, isn't it, just how sensitive the markets are to any commentary about trade. We did see some pressure on the yuan, we did see some pressure on the futures. That is now being reversed.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Ritika Gupta with your Bloomberg Business Flash. There's one more sign of high demand for that record-setting Ant Group IPO this week. Bloomberg has learned that institutional investors are buying Ant's Hong Kong shares on the grey market at a 50% premium to the listing price. Retail buyers will be able to trade through a similar channel a day before Ant's debut on Thursday. Oil plunged to a 5-month low. Crude has been hit by falling demand and growing supply. A continued increase in Libyan oil production coincided with a wave of new virus lockdown measures in Europe. Stonepeak Infrastructure Partners has agreed to buy the 6th largest American cable and broadband provider for $8.1 billion. Private equity firm TPG is selling the business called Astound. The firm built it up through a series of acquisitions starting in 2016. And that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom, Francine.
Ritika, thank you so much. So tomorrow it's the U.S. election. Of course, more than 90 million people in the U.S. have already voted, so we need to look at implication for that. Volatility was a little bit high today, and then somehow it stabilized. The focus, of course, is also on what we saw for these restrictions and lockdowns. In Europe, I'm looking at pound retreating as England is heading into a tighter lockdown. We also have possibly some positive news out of Brexit, and oil declining as much as 6%, but then pairing the worst of its slide, Tom.
Very good. Yields, well, it's a new higher regime. Let's reset it with a 0.86% 10-year yield after a nice surge on Friday. Curve steepening out to 71 basis points. Coming up after 12 noon, the 1 o'clock hour, David Feynman, very vocal about his United States postal system. Stay with us. A day before the election, this is Bloomberg.
History of having to support each other, right? And so there are opportunities that are presented that we don't often qualify for. So oftentimes we have to turn to our neighbor and turn to people within our community to assist us, to help us.
The Oakland African American Resiliency Relief Program was created to support and fund Black-owned businesses in the city of Oakland. The reason we started this fund due to the systemic racism behind the PPP funds, also how our Black-owned businesses have been marginalized for so long.
I'm standing here right now because we did get the resiliency fund. I only had enough to kind of just pay payroll for a couple of more months, but I said no new initiatives. Now that we have some new initiatives, we have other revenue streams coming in, and that's what's helping to keep things up.
Valuations, particularly, sort of the technology landscape, have gotten to some pretty extraordinary levels. So I think it's not a surprise. I don't think it's any indication of the beginning of the end, but I do think markets don't like uncertainty.
We explore the trends, investments, and competition of the European ETF industry. Join us on Bloomberg ETF IQ Europe.
morning, everyone. Bloomberg surveillance, of course, an eventful 2 days for all of Bloomberg Worldwide. Francine Lacroix in London. I'm Tom Keene in New York. So much other news as well, including the serious lockdown in the United Kingdom and all the ramifications of that. Janet Henry with us, with HSBC here, with futures up 40, Dow futures up 360 as well. Janet, I want your thoughts on austerity in this battle over the stimulus to come. Have we broken ourselves free of austerity?
I think we have for now. I can't think of anyone in the world who is advocating austerity. If we get it anywhere, it's more likely to be in the emerging economies because markets have enforced it. But there is no Western leader at the moment that is suggesting cuts in spending now or any time in the next couple of years. There are only so many ways we can deal with debt, and eventually, I'm sure in the Western world, it will be increases in taxation, but austerity in the form of spending cuts, no, I don't think that's on the cards anyway.
I mean, I know you and David Bloom are like a bad episode of The Crown, so I don't want to get into the nitty-gritty here, but David has been resilient dollar. David has been incredibly correct about resilient dollar. Does it finally break? Does HSBC communally say, finally, we get weak dollar, as everybody's almost hoping and praying for?
We've actually got a pretty stable dollar, which is still fairly strong.
Agreed.
We're certainly not in the camp that suggests that the dollar is in terminal decline. And I think, we've seen a lot of optimism regarding Europe, and that's important. You can only be negative on the dollar if you think that there's an alternative out there. And there was a lot of good news on Europe, particularly with the recovery fund and the immediate response to the crisis, and the central bank working with governments to backstop them effectively. But now the realization that we still haven't got the recovery fund through, and that Europe may be going back into basically recession in the final quarter of the year, is starting to make people question actually on what kind of firm footing is Europe currently on at the moment. So no, broadly speaking, we're still more positive than most on the outlook for the US dollar.
But Janet, so when you look at Europe, is it the restrictions and the lockdowns that could actually, what does it mean for furlough programs? What kind of European economy will we see in the next 12 months? And are we going to see extra stimulus? Or is it going to be, once again, the ECB having to step in?
Well, I think, we need to remember, as much as we say it's the pandemic that causes the recessions in the economy, it is the measures themselves, the restrictive measures. So the bigger the restrictions, the broader the restrictions on activity, then the deeper the contraction in GDP. So the measures that are being put in place, the relief measures that are still in place in Europe and that have now been extended in the UK with the furloughing scheme, that is a life support to ensure that the economy is in a position to recover. But we also know there are consequences of that. So, you mentioned 12 months, 12 to 24 months, we're thinking about what is the degree of scarring? How much permanent loss of unemployment is there? How much is investment prevented from coming through? What does that all mean for productivity? And if the longer it takes to get out of this situation, the bigger the damage to the financial sector. So all of that will impact on long-term growth. So the mix of the policy stimulus is crucially important to the long-term outlook, as well as softening the blow from these restrictive measures over the course of the next few months and possibly beyond. And the ECB...
Janet, so we're hearing that we could be nearing a Brexit. Yep. No, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, and on the ECB, a year ago, they were basically telling us that they were largely spent in terms of what was in their toolkit. And like other central banks, they spent most of the last few months saying there's plenty more they can do. And we heard from Lagarde last week that they're going to recalibrate all measures. But it is about backstopping governments with these fiscal measures. So we are in a world that central banks, but increasingly governments, are having to address the weakness in demand that's come through.
Janet, I wanted to also ask you about pound, given that we could be close to a Brexit deal, unclear, but it seems that the signs are that they've agreed something on fisheries, but there's also these extra, restrictions or lockdown light, but actually pretty heavy lockdown in certain places in the UK. So how does that weigh up on what the Bank of England decides on Thursday?
Well, I think there is better news on Brexit. It's not quite what the Bank of England had hoped, which is that a broad, comprehensive trade deal is going to be far from that, but it is still looking like a bare bones trade deal rather than a complete no deal end to the transition period. And I think that has supported the currency. But as you say, it's much more for now about the near-term outlook. And as the Bank of England meets on Thursday, nearly all of the data has been a downside surprise. We are now going into a nationwide lockdown in England, and that means that the Bank of England, probably won't have even incorporated these latest lockdowns. They'll lower their growth, lower their inflation. It seems unequivocal that even the chief economist and chief optimist, Andy Haldane, will most likely vote with the rest of the committee 9-0 vote for more QE, looking for 100 billion. But of course, we'll all be focusing on what is the discussion on negative interest rates.
Janet, thank you so much. Janet Henry, their HSBC Global Chief Economist. Now let's get straight to the Bloomberg First Word News with the very latest. In New York City is Ritika Gupta. Hi, Ritika.
Hi, Francine. President Trump enters the final day of the campaign, hoping for another poll-defying victory. Surveys show the president trailing Joe Biden nationally and in a number of battleground states. Still, the numbers have been tightening in some of those races. Both candidates will be campaigning today in Pennsylvania, where polls show Biden with a slight advantage. Over the weekend, pre-election day voting surpassed 2/3 of all the ballots cast in the 2016 presidential election. Almost 92 million Americans have voted thus far. A majority of states are reporting record early turnout. In the UK, one of Prime Minister Boris Johnson's top ministers says a month-long lockdown for England may have to be extended. Cabinet Officer Minister Michael Gove says the lockdown will be reviewed on December the 2nd, and if the coronavirus data isn't good, the lockdown could continue. Scientists warn that the National Health Service may be overwhelmed by the latest outbreak. And former National Security Advisor agency whistleblower Edward Snowden is applying for Russian citizenship. Snowden and his wife are expecting a baby. He cited the child as motivation to become dual U.S.-Russian citizens. Russian President Vladimir Putin agreed Snowden asylum in 2013 after he revealed highly classified NSA surveillance programs. Global news 24 hours a day on air and at Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg. Francine, Tom.
Ritika, thanks so much. Okay, it's an eventful Monday morning. Lots going on. You need a reason to stay with us. Here it is. Without question, our interview of the day at the 6:30 hour. Joining us will be Mohammed Yunus. He is the poller's poller. Mohammed Yunus of Gallup. I can't wait for this interview. We will extend it as long as we can. This day before the presidential election, Mohammed Yunus of Gallup. Stay with us for all our coverage. David Weston, Balance of Power, 12 noon. This is Bloomberg.
Just days away from the most critical election in U.S. history and its only democracy at stake, From electronic voting machines to misinformation and fake news and political advertising on social media, is the tech industry ready for its biggest test yet? I'm Emily Chang, and we'll be focusing on these issues all week on Bloomberg Technology in a special electioneering series. Tune in 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific, only on Bloomberg Television.
Good morning, everyone. Bloomberg Surveillance from London, from New York. A most eventful week here, an historic week for America, and of course, the United Kingdom with some substantial lockdown. Francine Lacroix in London. I'm Tom Keene in New York. Right now, to give us broad perspective on this moment for America, Martin Schenker, our Chief Content Officer, joins us. He pulls in all of our reporting across the huge Bloomberg platform, and that includes Washington, where he will set up Fortress Schenker coming up tomorrow night. Marty, when you go down to Washington, what will you look for from our team?
Well, we have to be extremely careful, and it's not just our team. We've sort of canvassed the rest of the news organizations out there, and everybody is going to be extraordinarily cautious about calling any race before we're pretty clear on who has won what.
Okay, who has won what? We've got 93 million according to the Washington Post. Michael Barr and I are using 92 million this morning. Marty, Let's say we get out to 95 million pre-vote, another 50, 60 million vote. How do you call an election Tuesday night at 9 p.m., whatever state, with these mail-in dynamics? I just don't get it.
Well, I mean, Tom, we've written about this. Florida really has tons of experience counting early votes, and they get ahead of it. They're allowed by law to count those votes as they come in. So it's not like they have to count millions of ballots on Election Day. So, for instance, for Florida, we probably will have a pretty good idea how the state went early Tuesday evening, relatively early.
But Marty, overall, what's the, I know it's difficult to say, but how likely is it that we're going to have a contested election unless there's a big gap? If there's a big gap between the candidates, then can President Trump still contest it? And if he contests it, how much social unrest are we going to see?
Well, that's a big concern, right? And Axios reported over the weekend that Donald Trump is contemplating declaring victory before the results are even certified. He denied that, and there were incidents throughout the U.S. of Trump supporters protesting in their cars. So this actually, Francine, your point is well taken. If there is a wide gap, and it could break that way. I mean, Joe Biden could win the battleground states and new ones like Georgia and North Carolina, and it's essentially game over. There's no path for Donald Trump if Joe Biden takes Georgia and North Carolina. So it could be over, no matter what Donald Trump says or does. And a new president will enter the White House on January 20th.
Marty, I know there was also a story in Axios about who Joe Biden, if he became president, could likely put in his cabinet. What do we know about that?
Well, there's lots of speculation. And we've speculated about it at Bloomberg News about Lionel Brainerd being Treasury Secretary. But until I don't think his folks have put in a lot of time and attention to what that cabinet's going to look like. They're concentrated on winning this election, and then they'll move into a cabinet. So all of it is really just speculation at this point. I wouldn't put too much stock in it.
Marty, how do you, with your decades of experience, link elections into future market performance?
Well, I think markets want, a certain degree of confidence in where things are going. That's why in this particular election, the Senate is key. If the Democrats are able to take the Senate, and we may not know that until January, then markets can have a pretty good chance to be confident in the policies that Joe Biden will pursue and pass. If it's a divided Congress, if the Senate stays Republican, then the uncertainty increases and the markets will reflect that.
Well, I mean, Marty, you know this, and Craig Gordon's thrilled about it as the election starts Tuesday night at some point for 2022. I would suggest, Marty, I've never seen an interim election of such importance more than 2 years out than 2022. How do we run a campaign, or how do we cover a campaign starting Wednesday, looking up to November of 2022?
You know, Tom, it's a great point.
It's my only good one of the week, so go with it.
You know, there's a cliche, now comes the hard part, and whoever wins this election, there are enormous problems to be faced in this country leading up to the next election 2 years, and whoever wins and how they handle it is going to be key.
Marty Schenker, thank you so much. And some of the things that we've heard in our different conversations of not only politicians looking at the import now, but looking out 2 years, and particularly the primary elections that you'll see into that election of November 2022. Futures up 42, Dow futures up 385. The VIX comes in, not a point, 37.33. Our election coverage, look for that Tuesday, November 3rd. That would be tomorrow at 7 p.m. David Weston leading our coverage there. Kevin Cirilli, of course, and many, many others helping out as well. And that election coverage, folks, will go well into the morning. I will start early in Europe on my Wednesday as well. In the next hour, looking at the view from the left, Matthew Bennett. He is Senior Vice President, Public Affairs, Third Way. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Welcome to That's Debatable, an interactive series on today's most pressing issues. The resolution this time, is a U.S.-China space race good for humanity? We'll hear from both sides.
The competition, if you look at the past, led to innovation.
A whole new arms race could start.
And we'll get your perspective, too, with help from the artificial intelligence of IBM Watson. I'm John Donvan. Join us for That's Debatable, presented by Bloomberg and Intelligence Squared, Friday on Bloomberg Television.
This is a market that, over the past few weeks, has made it clear it wants to go higher. It got a little spooked by the idea that geopolitical tensions are rising.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Rishka Gupta with your Bloomberg Business Flash. Mall operator CBL and Associates Properties has followed some of its biggest tenants into bankruptcy. The filing in Texas will give the company a chance to keep operating while reorganizing. CBL had previously warned investors it was in trouble because tenants like JCPenney weren't paying rent. The company manages 108 properties in 26 states. Nielsen says it is selling a unit that measures consumer insights for $2.7 billion. The buyer is private equity firm Advent International. The sale will replace Nielsen's earlier plan to spin off the unit into a publicly listed company in the first quarter of 2021. And former Nissan and Renault chief Carlos Ghosn says French investigators will travel to Beirut to question him next year. That has to do with a probe of expenses covered by the two car makers. Ghosn has lived in Lebanon since escaping from Japan last December. He says he won't risk traveling to France for fear that Japan could have him extradited. And that's your latest Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom Francine.
Rudiger, thanks so much. Now, England joins nations from Austria to Greece imposing tougher coronavirus restrictions this week. Now, the UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson announced a partial lockdown with pubs, restaurants and non-essential shops to close from Thursday. Meanwhile, Bloomberg understands that officials are also getting close to breaking the 8-month Brexit deadlock over the key sticking points of fishing rights. Well, joining us now is Bloomberg opinion columnist Thérèse Raphael. Thérèse, thank you so much, and again, congratulations on all of your great columns that really bring angles that we don't often look at. Overall, we keep on hearing that there could be a rebellion within the Tories because of this second lockdown. Sure, schools remain open, but actually it's a pretty strict restrictions that Boris Johnson is putting in place. Does he need a Brexit deal to make up for that, or are those things completely unrelated?
I think they are related because, up to now, there had been an assumption within the government that even if there was no Brexit deal, they could put the blame on the European Union, and that the cost of having no deal would be, small compared to the overall cost of the coronavirus, and people wouldn't notice. I think with the second lockdown, the calculations have to change a little bit. Latest polls show that Britons are unlikely to just put the blame on the EU, as Downing Street might hope. And I think there's probably more pressure now to sort of get something done and over the line than there was before we had the second wave. So I do think they're related. And Johnson does need a victory that he can come and sell to Parliament. Of course, it can't be at any cost, and he will be scrutinized quite heavily. But, maybe it helps him that Nigel Farage has renamed his Brexit party, or seeking to rename it Reform UK. Maybe it means that the Brexit battles are well and truly over, and we are now in the sort of a different era where they debate lockdown rather than how hard or soft a Brexit it is.
But Thérèse, why is the Prime Minister, up against so much conservative or angst from the Conservative Party about this second lockdown?
I think part of it is because of the messaging. So we had weeks where we first heard that the government's scientific advisors were advising him to go into a circuit breaker lockdown in October. He rejected that. Then we had the opposition leader, Keir Starmer, saying that the country needed a circuit breaker. And Johnson didn't just reject that. He really ridiculed Starmer, said he wanted to turn out the lights on the country, said he wouldn't do that. And so I think the way that the messaging has just flip-flopped has left a lot of conservatives thinking that this government is making it up on the fly, and that they're handing victories unnecessarily to the Labour Party. And then there's, of course, concern over the economy and the very deep and real cost of lockdown, and the question of whether this government has an exit strategy, which is, I think, the thing we're going to hear them ask over and over again in Parliament today.
Thérèse, even in the United States, where there's what I'll call more conservative areas, the push come to shove for politicians is hospitalizations. As an outsider, I've been thunderstruck how in the United Kingdom, politicians are not talking about hospitalization ratios. Are they bad?
Well, I think they're talking about them increasingly now as hospitalization rates go up. So, in terms of the percentage of intensive care beds that are occupied, they've been fairly stable over time, but there are increased rates of hospitalization. They've been, they've gone up quite substantially, and that is one of the things that has really given Boris Johnson pause, that and the increased rates of infection. So I think we are hearing that, and ultimately the reason we're going into lockdown in England is because of the NHS, because of fears that it will be overwhelmed, even the surge capacity. So it's driving policy here.
Okay, thank you. That's really important. But do we have transparency in the United Kingdom over countable beds, countable ventilators, percents, etc., or is it a mystery held by the NHS?
I mean, I think they're pretty good at publishing statistics on ICU bed occupancies and surge capacity. What we don't know, and I think this is, again, the thing that we're going to get, we're going to hear from conservatives quite a lot, is what is the government's modeling? On what basis has it decided, for example, that, church services can't take place or weddings can't take place? We talked about the 10 p.m. curfew that's now gone by the wayside. What was the evidence for that? It clearly didn't work. So I think, in some areas the government has been very transparent about data, in other areas less so. The government talks about more nurses, but staffing in the NHS is still very low, and that's been a problem.
Therese, thank you so much. A nice update there on a lockdown. For those of you looking at this movable feast, nation to nation has been an extraordinary few weeks. You really wonder where it will be. I see the language. Mr. Gove, I noted, saying fervent hope. Hope is always a challenge in medicine. We hope you need a data check. Futures up 53. They advanced. 3317 is the level on SPX. Dow up almost 500 points, 26,862, and the VIX now in a full 36.84. We'll have to watch the VIX carefully here as well. Turkish lira out to 8. It's moving so fast, I don't even know my numbers, let alone where the decimal point goes. 8.40 on Turkish lira. 3 standard deviations, I just calculated at 8.54, so maybe that's a point of tension. Always good at tensions in the market. Dennis Gartman in our next hour. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
This is Bloomberg Best, your weekly review of the most important business news, analysis, and interviews from Bloomberg Television around the world.
Ken Burns, welcome to Bloomberg Big Decisions.
We have always been a mixture of things. We are always stronger for that mixture.
Growth is a way to stay competitive, delight more and more consumers.
Welcome to the Best of Bloomberg Technology. I'm Emily Chang.
They've moved the needle by acknowledging that they have to monitor the content.
What is one word of advice you'll take with you?
Learn how to listen. And that is certainly something that has served me well.
Ankiti, where do you go from here?
It's a huge market. It's a huge opportunity. I want to go 100x from here.
Our philosophy is to partner where we can and stand apart when we should.
The time has come to elect the next president of the United States, and the stakes could not be higher. Two candidates, two very different paths for the future of the country. I'm David Weston. We will bring you the results as they unfold live on election night. Join us Tuesday, November 3rd at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
This morning, markets, they attempt to find a bit of shift in yields higher, inflation expectations too, but does anyone care? Well, they're called draconian new measures. In the United Kingdom, there is, quote, fervent hope to end a new national lockdown. Meanwhile, in South Dakota, 421 are hospitalized. In Sioux Falls football, Lincoln beats Washington on the final play of the game. And this Monday, well, it is the final play for Biden and Trump. Trump and Biden, 92 million plus have already voted. A battle over should mail-in votes be counted, a battle over the future of the nation. And yes, everyone does care. Good morning, everyone. Bloomberg surveillance from New York, from London as well. Francine Lacroix and Tom Keene, thrilled you're with us as we begin an exciting 48 hours. David Weston leading our very international coverage here on election night. Kevin Cirilli, I think, got 2 hours sleep off an Eagles-Cowboys trouncing, I should say, Francine. But Francine, just to be blunt, this is exciting.
Well, it is exciting, Tom. This is what, a lot of journalists, market participants, and even voters live for, right? It's a big deal because it could also sway the markets. I would say what the markets at the moment are worried about is that there's not a clear election, that it will be, days, if not longer, to understand exactly who the winner is. And so there will be maybe added volatility as we go on to that election. It's also could be a contested election, and that would have market implications. So we're trying to figure out, Tom, if there's a margin by which the president doesn't contest it if he loses, or whether if he loses and that doesn't get contested. So there's a million possibilities, and certainly we'll be ready with whatever happens.
I don't mean to be keeper of the zeitgeist, but clearly in the last 12 hours, folks, there's a feeling that in the popular vote, which Mrs. Clinton won last time around, there's a greater expansion of the popular vote in polling towards Joe Biden, and that Donald Trump lags there maybe a little more than he did. But that's not the swing states, and that's not the electoral vote. So, Francine,
it's the electoral college.
Yeah, the electoral college is where the action is at, and that doesn't even begin to discuss the idea of a Biden presidency, a Republican Senate, a Republican presidency, a Republican Senate. There's a lot up in the air here right now. I think we need a Monday briefing with our first word news in New York City. Is Ritika Gupta.
Always.
Morning, Tom, Francine. Yes, the presidential campaign is now in its final full day. A series of polls show Democrat Joe Biden leading President Trump nationally and in some of those battleground states. Still, some of those states do remain extremely close. Both candidates will campaign today in Pennsylvania. The state is vital to Biden's chances, and it's become almost a must-win state for the president. The White House slammed infectious diseases chief Anthony Fauci after he ramped up criticism of the way the coronavirus pandemic was handled. Fauci told the Washington Post the U.S. is, quote, in for a whole lot of hurt from the virus this winter. The White House says it's unacceptable for Fauci to play politics with the issue just days before the election. Brexit negotiators are moving closer to breaking the impasse over one of the biggest obstacles to a trade deal. A compromise is emerging on the issue of what access boats from the EU will have to British fishing waters. The potential solution would allow Britain to claim it has won back control of its seas. And hedge fund billionaire Ray Dalio thinks the Chinese yuan is on track to becoming a reserve currency like the US dollar. Dalio spoke to Bloomberg at the Hong Kong FinTech Week.
You're starting to see the development of capital markets in China that are open to foreign investors. You're starting to see, you will see the internationalization of the renminbi. You will see opening capital markets. You'll see the development of the financial center. I don't believe the renminbi will be a viable reserve currency quickly, but I do believe it'll happen much faster than anybody expects.
And we'll hear more from Ray Dalio later in the hour. Global news 24 hours a day on air and at Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg. Francine, Tom.
Ritika, thanks so much. Let me look at the data right now, and it's real simple. We've got a lift off of the carnage of the last couple days. The uncertainty that we've seen in the markets, very much like the uncertainty into the election of 2016. Futures up 48, Dow futures up 435. The VIX in a stick, we had a 36 handle moments ago, 37.10. Dollar strength, and it's very important here, 94 level on DXY. That's a big deal. 104.73 on yen. I would note Turkish lira moments ago out to new weakness. I'll have to check that chart in a moment. 8.41. I did 3 standard deviations, a volcanic move on weaker lira, and you got to go out to 8.54 to get that ugly statistic. We are nowhere near there yet. Francine, other than that, I would note, excuse me, a 33 handle on West Texas Intermediate early in the Asia morning. Right now, West Texas 34.85. Right.
Yes, I was going to actually spend a bit of time, Tom, looking at WTI and Brent falling since mid-October and definitely, declining at some point. WTI as much as 6%, and then it paired the worst of the slide. So crude prices, paired losses, which were really sparked by concern that tougher lockdowns will dent economic growth. So those concerns could also impact, for example, China GDP longer term. You're right to say that treasuries were pretty much steady. Gold advanced. Remember, this week is a crucial week, not only the U.S. elections, but of course the Federal Reserve policy meeting. We also have Bank of England on Thursday. And then I want to look at pound because of the extra restrictions on the UK economy. But we also hear from our sources that we could be closer to a Brexit deal. So you can see pound actually moving, but by not as much as it could be. Currently at 129.19 against the dollar.
Joining us right now, Dennis Gartman. On this day before the election, it's wonderful to speak to Mr. Gartman. Of course, never retired from the Gartman letter, the daily grind that he did for years. And a given 10 pages of the Gartman letter, the last 3 or 4 pages in the back were on the political state of this nation. Dennis, I'd really like to focus on the backside of the acclaimed Gartman letter right now. It is an historic election. It is like 1800. It's like 1824. We somehow survive these, don't we?
We will survive. My wife and I argue every night about who's going to win the election. She's an overt Trump supporter. I am a very quiet, nascent Trump supporter. We argue each night as to who's going to win. Right now, I think that the game has changed a little bit in the last couple hours, actually the last couple days, especially in the senatorial races. Looks like Joni Ernst is going to win in Iowa. Tom Tillis probably is going to win in North Carolina. At least the numbers are in his favor. Looks like Lindsey Graham is going to carry South Carolina. It's going to be very difficult for the Democrats to carry the Senate, which a week ago, almost everybody was talking about the fact that the Democrats could sweep the Senate and have a majority. That looks like it's gone by the wayside. And the president is doing a little bit better. So there's a greater sense of, for lack of a better term,
right,
really, at this point. Yes, this is a very, very important election. Probably
is the same gridlock that we've had for 4 years, or a newer, different gridlock, good for markets?
Well, I'm a great fan of gridlock. As I like to say, the government can't do anything, and if they can't do anything, they can't hurt me when they're gridlocked. But we do need to see some sort of infrastructure spending. We'll probably get that after the election is finalized, after the details of the various votes from the various states, the Electoral College are finalized. We'll get some infrastructure spending, but I'm still a great fan of gridlock. I hope that we have a gridlocked government, a Republican Senate, a Democratic House, and we'll see who wins the presidency at this point. But I think gridlock is a greater propensity, or a greater likelihood than we had just a half ago.
But Dennis, why gridlock? I mean, if you have gridlock, it means that you can't really get stimulus spending, or at least that could be curtailed. I mean, why is gridlock, in your opinion, a good idea when you're facing one of the biggest crises, certainly in healthcare, that's translating into the economy of our lifetime?
Francie, we'll get spending, an infrastructure, a relief program of some sort after the election is finalized. Whether we have gridlock or not, that's almost a given. We can't go. Neither side wins if we do nothing. Both sides lose if we do nothing. And so some sort of spending program shall come out. It depends on how large it will be. $1 trillion here, $1 trillion there, as we used to say. pretty soon you're talking about real money. That will happen. The great question over healthcare, that's up for, but still, I'm a great fan. I'll go to my deathbed saying I'm a fan of gridlock because you can't do anything to harm me. Okay. Spending, will we get some tax relief? Yes. No
but
question.
Dennis, yeah, I don't mean to interrupt, but then why don't we have a stimulus now? I mean, it's in both parties' interest to get a stimulus. We have an election tomorrow and no stimulus, and people need stimulus.
I just think it's because the election, nobody wanted to give the other team a vote of confidence. And once the election is behind us, they'll sit down and realize that both teams are going to lose. So nobody wanted to give the other team a win. Both sides wanted to give the other team a loss. Now that that's over, we'll get spending.
Dennis, reaffirm gold. And are you buying gold in Turkish lira or is it gold in dollars?
I still like the gold market, not nearly as much as I did 2.5 months ago. I reduced my gold position dramatically. But I think over the course of the next year, 2 years, 3 years, gold will be 5, 10, 15% higher than it is right now, simply because the monetary authorities, whether it's here in the States, Canada, Europe, Japan, China, Russia, all are going to be stimulative, all are going to be expansion. No choice but to be so, and that shall send the gold price not dramatically higher, but quietly and consistently higher, moving from the lower left to the upper right.
There we go. That's what I needed to hear. Dennis Gartman, thank you so much, chairman of the University of Akron's Endowment Investment Fund. He wrote a newsletter of acclaim here for a number of years. Mr. Gartman joins us from his Virginia. Coming up on Bloomberg Surveillance, well, there's lots to talk about. I don't know what to promote here. David Weston's important balance of power here, 2 days to the election. How about Michael Shaul of Market Field Asset Management, a very thoughtful voice on the market. What will the market be doing the first Wednesday of November? Stay with us. Futures up large, 47. This is Bloomberg.
Give you a sense of the real-time action. The 10-year yield tumbling now 11 basis points, so continuing in this knee-jerk risk-off feel.
Mercedes-Benz is on a path towards CO2 neutral mobility. So we have flicked the switch there, and really we're going to step-by-step electrify everything. And what does that mean? Combustion engines get electrified.
I think it's terrible when we can't know the results of an election the night of the election in a modern-day age of computer. I think it's a terrible thing, and I happen to think it was a terrible decision for our country made by the Supreme Court. I think it was a terrible decision for our country, and I think it's a very dangerous decision.
The president's allies today have been talking quite a bit about maybe declaring victory on Tuesday night, even if the votes aren't final, if he seems to be up ahead. What's your response?
My response is the president's not going to steal this election.
Let's give him an extra 3 days, and let's take all the time you want. You know, people want to know, and you know, bad things happen in places like Pennsylvania and Nevada. We love Nevada, but you have a governor there. Bad things can happen. That little intervening, let's take plenty of time. No, that's a terrible ruling for our country. I don't care. It's a terrible ruling. It's a shame.
The good news is on Tuesday, you can choose change. You can elect Joe Biden. You can elect Kamala Harris. You can choose a better America. And you don't have to wait until Tuesday to cast your ballot, Michigan.
A wonderful sense of the weekend there from our team, piecing together some of the moments seen across the entire weekend here in America. We welcome all of you worldwide and across this nation. Bloomberg Surveillance, Francine Lacroix, and Tom Keene, and very importantly, a team that has tried to put together an eclectic set of voices with perspective. When you are 23 years old and you go down in flames, not as your fault, but you're a 23-year-old kid helping people help themselves, things are supposed to go well. They didn't for Matthew Bennett. He was involved very tangentially with the Dukakis tank photo of another time and place. He vaulted out of that train wreck to a prestigious career in law and in Democratic politics, of course, helping Clinton and Gore. And we're thrilled that Matthew Bennett could join us today, Senior Vice President with Third Way, and truly one of the co-founders of a group looking particularly at gun safety and violence in America. Matthew, good morning to you. I really want to just rip up the script here, Matthew, and say that once again we see a primal call of East Coast media, East Coast elites, maybe the people in the selected urban areas around the country in battle against a more rural, conservative America who says we don't buy it. How does Mr. Biden in the closing hours get the marginal voter skeptical?
Well, I'm not sure I agree with the premise. I mean, I think if you look at the things that voters have been telling us through polling and through their votes in 2018, they're disgusted with the direction the country has taken, not just on the East Coast, not just in the suburbs and in the cities, but all over the place. And what I think the Biden campaign has done very successfully from the very beginning is prosecute the case against President Trump, that he has failed. He has failed the country profoundly, and most profoundly around coronavirus. And so I think that's going to resonate much more broadly than just the East Coast.
I'll take your point. There's no question about it. When you look at the polling of the national vote, I think we can state, folks, as a virtual fact that Mr. Biden's doing better than Secretary Clinton did 4 years ago. But in those battleground states, as Dennis Gartman just mentioned, it has tightened up. Describe your view of how those states have tightened up.
Yeah, I mean, what you've seen in the places like Michigan and Wisconsin, Pennsylvania is somewhat of a tightening, but you've had Biden carrying a lead consistently throughout this election. And generally what you see with polling, first of all, the polling, I think, is much better this time than it was in 2016. The pollsters kind of learned their lesson about what they got wrong. But generally, a poll can be wrong, or a couple of polls can be wrong, but generally not all of the polls can be wrong. And there hasn't been a poll showing Trump ahead in those states really since the general election began. And that probably means that on the whole, they're accurate, even if one or two are off a little bit. But look, those are just snapshots in time, and we're going to find out soon enough whether they're right.
Give me a sense, Matthew, and good morning from London. Give me a sense of all those early votes, so over 90 million. I think we're counting about 93 million according to press reports. Who are those people? Is it people that didn't vote in 2016? Is it, is a lot new voters? Is it Republicans? Is it Democrats? Do we have any way of knowing?
Right. Going into this, the expectation was that the early vote would be very heavily Democrats who had voted before, because the Democratic Party and Biden have been telling people vote early, vote by mail, avoid any possible disruptions on Election Day or fear of coronavirus. And that was the expectation. But what we found is a huge surge in new and first-time voters. In North Carolina, more than 1 million people have voted that did not vote in 2016. In part, that's because North Carolina has grown a lot since 2016. There have been people that have come into the state. It's true in places like Texas also. But nobody expected this enormous surge in first-time voters. And most pundits would tell you they think that's going to benefit Biden, that there's not a whole bunch of people who are coming out to vote for the first time who are going to be voting for the incumbent. And so that could be a very significant dynamic in this huge early vote.
Matthew, what exactly are, the states that you're watching out for? I know we've talked about, Pennsylvania, Michigan, there's Texas, Florida, but is there one that will really give us an indication early on of which way this is going?
Well, the problem for people staying up tomorrow night is that the three major battlegrounds we've discussed, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, all have rules that say that the vote by mail, which has been huge, as we noted, can't be processed until tomorrow morning at the earliest. And so it's going to take them a very long time to count the vote in those three states because of those state rules. But in places like Texas and Florida and Georgia and North Carolina, they can process, and they have been processing those absentee ballots. They haven't counted them, but they've looked to see if the signatures are appropriate and those kinds of things, and the stuff that takes a really long time. So when the polls close in Florida, Texas, Georgia, North Carolina, pretty quickly we'll have an idea of who won in those places. And if Biden wins in any of them, then it's a pretty good sign that he's going to win the election.
I got a million more questions. We'll do it again. Matthew Bennett, thank you so much. Your third way this morning, this day before the election. Futures up 49, Dow futures up 444, and the VIX 37.09. We see an improvement.